Chapter 1774. Published at 14th of April, 2023, 11:29 and 36 seconds a.m. Chapter 1774. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1774. So, was Lionel powerful warriors converge from all sides. However, Lionel didn't lift a single finger. It was Drake who suddenly flipped over his palms, causing two silver pistols to appear. Without waiting for any signal, he began to fire. With every pull of his trigger, another clergyman was shot out of the skies. Although he didn't immediately kill any of them, they found themselves crippled at best, some of them even being shoved toward death's door. The group crossed the barrier of the temple, entering the highest floor directly. There should have been force art protections, but Lionel and the others seemed to slip right through them, as though they didn't exist in the slightest. One after another, they landed on the marbled floors, kicking up their surfboards and following behind Lionel as he walked forward. Despite having never been here before, it felt as though Lionel knew it like the back of his hand, gliding forward toward the grand hall without a single pause in his steps. Bang! A sparkling black pillar appeared in Raj's hand, which he used to ram against the enormous double doors, slamming against it so hard that they flew off of their hinges, slamming into the sides of the hall with a bang so loud that it echoed through the entire temple. Raj hoisted his large pillar over his shoulder and led the charge into the grand hall. At that moment, there were tens of thousands of clergymen kneeling on prayer mats, bowing in worship to the stature of a several kilometers tall of a person Lionel could only conclude had to be Zoltine. Zoltine's glass orbs looked a lot more like a radiant halo that, instead of being parallel to the ground, was actually perpendicular with it, hovering behind his head. He had hands, but on a single pair of arms. The other two pairs hovering in the air in mock prayer, along with his only seemingly real pair of hands. At his forehead, there was a glass orb embedded that seemed to reflect the world of his ethereal glabella within it. A world of rainbow glass could be seen, exuding an air of peace and majesty. Despite his usual thoughts on such matters, Lionel had to admit that this Zoltine at least looked like a god. But those extra hands, Pialpha Dialpha, no one, Lionel had read about such a race. They also had glass orbs in their forehead and extra hands that seemed completely separate from their bodies. They were known as a nomad race. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Even the Void Palace didn't have in-depth information on faiths and their gods. But these gods had to come from somewhere. So there were a number of working hypotheses. Some assumed that these were heroes of the past, much like echoes through history making their mark on today. Some assumed that it was the direct opposite, and they were instead powerhouses of the past, influencing the past and leaving their mark. And for some others, they assumed that they were present heroes spreading word of their prowess. These faiths were likely related to the God path in some way or another, or at the very least, some divergent path of it. The reason the God path was denoted as such was precisely because of the influence it could have on its environment when taken to an extreme, and these seemed to be related to what these religions could accomplish. At that moment, a clergyman stood from beneath the statue of Zoltine, and then another, and then another. They all had robes rippling with rainbow colors and glass orbs hovering above and behind their heads that were a size larger than everyone else. Their gazes locked onto Lionel and the others, their expressions flooded with fury. Lionel walked forward slowly, his gaze locked on a clergyman. "Who are you?" The clergyman who spoke was the current head of the Zoltine faith within Earth's territory, a tall man who went by Immerse. This didn't seem to be a name, but more so a title, likely one unique to their faith. "Do you not recognize the prince of the territory you're terrorizing?" Lionel asked coolly. "They'll give you two choices, Immerse. Take your faith, your clergyman, and what offerings you've managed to scrounge up and scram out of my territory. Or we could start a massacre. Which will it be?" The Immerse's expression turned malevolent. However, when it settled in that Lionel was a prince of the Ascension Empire, he didn't seem to want to lash out immediately, as though he was still looking for a method out of this. "Is this appropriate? You still haven't stated what we've done wrong?" Does the prince of the empire not welcome religions? Aren't you afraid that the hearts of the people will grow cold? So you're aware that this is an empire too, right? Not a democracy. Don't need to explain to you why I do the things I do. The recently calmed expression of the Impreza turned ugly. It was clear that Lionel had no intention of negotiating with them. They hadn't expected to run into someone like this. While it was true that an empire wasn't a democracy, they still had to keep the people and their thoughts in mind. An empire that did and acted as they pleased wouldn't last very long. If you didn't care for the thoughts of the people, you would be overthrown. This should have been an opportunity to expand recklessly. With Earth surrounded by problems from all sides, there was no way they should be able to react like this without worrying about the consequences. The Imperza suddenly calmed, staring toward Lionel deeply. Fine, we will retreat. The glorious Zoltine cannot withstand the loss of even one son or daughter. You will face retribution for your actions today. The Imperza pressed his hands together. Lionel smiled. However, deep within, he knew what the true intentions of the Imperza was. They would retreat for now and wait for an opportunity to come back when the Ascension Empire would have no choice but to accept them. Indeed, this Imperza was quite intelligent, but so was Lionel. Chapter 1775, published at 14th of April, 2023, 11:29 and 36 seconds a.m. Chapter 1775. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1775. Power of Information. Esteemed Imperza. Is this really okay? Not long after Lionel and the others had left, the clergyman of the Zoltine faith couldn't help but say something. While the lower-ranking members didn't dare to speak, those who had been beneath Zoltine's statue, alongside the Imperza, couldn't hold it in any longer. We must have patience, the Imperza said lightly, his hands still pressed together. The faith of his gloriousness will be spread regardless of its obstacles. We will make a comeback in due time, but for now, it is best to take a step back. We can only say that we were unlucky, but this tribulation will be weathered by us. When we come out the other side, we will be stronger than ever. Although the Imperza didn't say it in so many, those that were intelligent understood. Soon, the Ascension Empire would be experiencing more pressure than they knew how to handle. When that time came and they chose to come back, they wouldn't even have the time to deal with them. After they reaffirmed their position in Earth's territory, there would be nothing the Ascension Empire could do. The seeds had already been sown. Imperza. It had only been several minutes, but an attendant had already run into the prayer hall. Rushing forward with information, one must maintain a calm mind beneath the presence of his gloriousness. Mind yourself, the Imperza said lightly. Yes. The young clergyman took deep breaths, but eventually wasn't patient enough to wait until they had calmed down completely. The shrines, the branch shrines destroyed, the Imperza's pupils constricted. How many? Before the Imperza could finish his question, another attendant rushed in with the same news. Then another. The Imperza's fists clenched beneath his robes. Many of those shrines were exceptionally well hidden. He had expected to lose some in the worst-case scenario. But by the time the fifth attendant rushed in, he realized that they had all been destroyed with a speed that didn't even feel like it made sense. It was as though Lionel could cover the whole Ascension Empire with a single hand, with their shrines destroyed. Even if they came back, it would take decades to build their network back up again, if that was the case. Their comeback would be almost meaningless. They would have little to no momentum. And by the time they gathered some up again, whatever troubles the Ascension Empire might be facing just might be over. And in the worst case, even if the Ascension Empire fell, Earth's territory would be gobbled up by others and have nothing to do with them. At that point, even the Imperza couldn't quite keep his calm. Years ago, the Evergreen Faith lost their main shrine under mysterious circumstances. Due to this, the Zoltine Faith was able to overtake them in a lot of ways. But now, the situation had been reversed once again, and the Evergreen Faith once more had a chance at claiming a monopoly on Earth's territory. Just as the Imperza was about to lose his cool entirely, the planet-sized temple suddenly trembled. Many were immediately thrown off their feet. The the sound of battle reached their ears, and the Immerse's ugly expression finally set in. No matter how cool-headed he normally was, it was impossible for him to maintain it. His immediate assumption was that Lionel had made them begin a retreat sequence so that they couldn't react to the destruction of their shrines. Then he doubled back to finish off the job for good. This was a devious plot, one that was impossible to execute unless one had the ability to travel across Earth territory in just a handful of seconds. Unless Lionel had already set up a team at each location. But if he had done that, then what would have been the point of allowing them to begin their escape sequence? The Immerse couldn't quite understand what was happening until there was suddenly a burst at the doors of the prayer hall once again, doors that had only just been fixed. But to the Immerse's shock, rather than it being Lionel's team, it was a group he had never expected to see at all. They all wore brown robes and had golden lotuses etched onto the backs formed out of human hands. These weren't Lionel's men, nor were they people of Earth. This was the Evergreen religion. The head clergyman of the Evergreen led the charge, her strides long and her brownish gold hair fluttering beneath her speed. Priestess Irotha, what is the meaning of this? The Immerse's voice boomed. Priestess Irotha's expression didn't change, her gorgeous features radiating with a holy light. However, deep within her brown eyes there was a hint of disgust and disdain that came from the depths of her soul. 30 years ago, when you all destroyed the main shrine of our Evergreen faith, did you think that such a day would come? This is nothing more than the cycle of karma, Priestess Irotha said lightly. The faith of Evergreen may not be the most powerful, but we are the most resilient. So long as there is but a single bud remaining within a ravaged land, we will grow once more. Her everlasting is immortal, and so shall we be. The Immerse's expression changed once again. Destroyed their main shrine? They had never done such a thing. Slander. The Immerse's fury threatened to bubble over, but he could already feel his power slipping away. With the destruction of so many shrines, how could he match up to Priestess Irotha? Irotha sneered, clearly not believing the Immerse. She waved her hand. Erase them. You're evil, Cap. I like it. Raj rolled in laughter, slapping Lionel's shoulder a few times. Lionel smiled. We have Raylion and the others to thank. These things are almost too easy to handle, so long as we have enough information in our hands. Let's go and see what the Viola family is up to. In this regard, the Immerse was quite pitiful. It wasn't the Zoltine faith that had destroyed the main shrine of the Evergreen faith, but rather the Three-Finger Cult. But it was all too easy to frame them when it was the Zoltine faith that had gained the most from their fall. Of course, this would put the Evergreen faith in line to become a problem of its own, but Lionel would focus on one problem at a time. At the very least, after being destroyed once, the Evergreen faith was far more reserved and cautious. Now, Lionel was entirely focused on the return of the Viola family. Years ago, Lionel's mother had told him that Richard had something in his possession that he would be very interested in, but so many things had happened that Lionel never got the chance to inquire about what exactly that meant. Now, it seems that his neglect had allowed a rebirth of a family that had already been dealt with. Of all the problems he had caused, this was probably the one that was the most directly his fault. But that was fine. He had destroyed them once, and he would do it again. Lionel alone was dangerous enough. Lionel, with a vast net of information, might not even need to raise a finger to destroy someone. Chapter 1776. Published at 14th of April, 2023, 11:29 and 37 seconds a.m. Chapter 1776. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button. Again, Chapter 1776 treated you well, Lionel, and the others stood above a familiar location. The last time they had been here, they had come for the opportunity to enter the Void Palace. Back then, only a few of them had been able to enter, the rest of them being turned away. It could be said that this place was one of the turning points of Lionel's life. This place was none other than the three central planets of the Three-Pillar Sector, a location that had once been overtaken by the Luxnix family, stripping away control from the Viola family and Montex family. But now, This was a region solely under the control of the Viola family, as the Luxnix family, or what remained of them, had moved to be closer to the core regions of Earth's territory, regions where the resources were far more abundant. Ironically, this had allowed the Viola family to finally gain exactly what it had been that they were looking for throughout the effort of several generations. Technically, there was no reason for Lionel to have any hatred for the Viola family. In reality, they had never really done anything to him, and though Richard had tried to make Aina his wife, back then he and Aina weren't together. As things went, the Viola family was just unlucky. They had gotten the Luxnix who were on the upswing, resulting in them losing generations of hard work before they could get their own chance to rise up. But it seemed, now that they were able to even cause trouble, they had recovered quite well. Lionel had many thoughts about how this would be possible. A portion was the treasure his mother had tipped him off about back then, but he also had other thoughts swirling in his mind as well. At that moment, a ship suddenly broke through the atmosphere of planet Viola. Much like the past, the airspace of the 3 planets was quite crowded with a ton of traffic coming in and out. Due to this, the appearance of Lionel and the others was quite inconspicuous despite the fact they stood on surfboards. Even so, this spaceship didn't hesitate to make a straight line toward them, causing Lionel's gaze to narrow. And then a voice projected out toward them. "It is our honor to welcome your highness. If you could please follow me, I will bring you to Patriarch Viola. He is very eager to see you." Lionel didn't say anything for a long while. He had just come, but apparently his presence had already been seen through. Well, this wasn't necessarily impossible. It had already been several days since he dealt with the 4 families and long enough since he removed the Zoltine faith from existence. It wasn't impossible for this news to have made it to the Viola family. They knew best what they had been doing, and it was likely that they were likewise prepared to take the approach the Zoltine faith had. Toward this, Lionel could only inwardly chuckle. It seemed that everyone seemed to think that he was a pushover. His grandpa was really too casual with this sort of stuff, but that only made Lionel more curious about what the old man was hiding. Lionel didn't get the vibe that his grandfather was a passive man, nor was he the kind of man to be indecisive in action. If he was, he wouldn't have allowed over 99% of Earth's population to be wiped out just to save them the trouble of dealing with invalids. Thinking back, if Earth had formed billions of invalids, something that was likely to happen considering the huge hurdle their talents had to face, especially in comparison to other worlds, the sheer number of variant invalids that would have been formed by now would have overrun the human domain. Although he didn't like the decision his grandfather had made back then, the current Lionel was more than capable of seeing the logic. Lionel faintly nodded eventually, sorting his thoughts. Gaining acknowledgement they were looking for, the attendant manning the spaceship breathed out in relief and turned the ship around to guide them back toward planet Viola. The planet swirled with the very same violet and white colors it had the last time Lionel saw it, but the expanse of the Viola family estate was easily double the size it had been before, taking up the entirety of the planet. It could be seen at a glance that while there was a ton of traffic above the 3 planets, very few, if any, came toward this direction. It wasn't long before Lionel and the others were standing in a grand throne room, the gazes several individuals looking down toward them from all sides. This space was no less grand than the imperial court of the Ascension Empire, making Lionel somewhat amused. While the gazes they were receiving couldn't be considered outright hostile, they lacked any sort of respect one would expect from greeting a prince, and empire you were supposedly subservient to. Another thing that Lionel noticed was that the ages of the individuals in this courtroom were particularly young. Some were even younger than Lionel himself. While there were older individuals, they were most definitely in the minority, but in comparison to the youth, the gaze of these older individuals was even closer to hostile than the youth's. At that moment, a set of doors behind the throne opened up and a young man wearing glistening violet and gold robes stepped out, his long black hair tied into a noble bun and violet eyes seemingly piercing through the veil. Lionel recognized this young man all too well. He was none other than Richard Viola. However, his bearing was even sharper than it had been in the past, and the maturity between his brows was far more prominent. What was maybe the most shocking was that he seemed to be a middle-aged man, something that was impossible even if he didn't improve even a single step since Lionel last saw him. 20 years wasn't enough for a fifth-dimensional expert to exhibit such signs of age. Lionel's lip curled, and he spoke even before Richard got a chance to sit on his throne. It seems your world spirit has treated you well. Chapter 1777. Published at 14th of April, 2023, 11:29 and 37 seconds a.m. Chapter 1777. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button. Again, Chapter 1777. Kill them all. Richard only paused for a moment before he continued to sit down, turning his attention toward Lionel. From his vantage point, he looked down at the group without the slightest hint of discomfort on his face. The last time Lionel had seen Richard, he was already well into his 70s, but he still looked like a young man. Of course, the current Richard didn't look old. He looked to be in his late 20s to early 30s, still shy of middle-aged, but given his previous dimension, it should have taken at least another several decades before he reached this point. Lionel found this change to be very interesting. "Why have you come to my Viola family today?" Richard asked faintly. "I think you know quite well," Lionel replied. "If I was aware, I would not play games with esteemed Imperial Prince. We are within your territory, after all." "Oh, in that case, I came to kill you for those rumors you spread about my mother." The moment Lionel's words echoed, the several ministers in the court all stood at once, their auras flaring. Despite the youth of the vast majority of them, even the weakest had powerful auras within the sixth dimension. In fact, the pressure they exuded wasn't small, and there were even a number of them already in the seventh dimension. Lionel's gaze flashed when he sensed this. Indeed, the Viola family of today wasn't the Viola family of the past. This had to be as a result of the Viola family's world spirit. Originally, the world spirit for this region had been separated into three pieces: one for the Viola family, one for the Luxnix family, and the last for the Montex. The Luxnix family should have taken the destruction of the Viola family to snatch their peace for themselves, but it seemed that this hadn't happened. From what Lionel had learned, those who had world spirits gained quite the advantage within the zone, allowing them to display their strength while others didn't gain this luxury. Whatever it was that Richard had experienced, it was enough for him to turn his situation around. Despite Lionel's blatant threat, Richard raised a hand and forced his ministers to sit. It was clear that compared to Lionel, the place Richard had in the hearts of these individuals was far higher. Earth's influence was already waning here, and yet it was their sector. It could be said that just from this display, Earth had quite a number of issues to deal with. If they didn't even have strong control over their own sector, then there was simply no chance for everything else. "You must be joking, Imperial Prince. I thought that this matter was handled long ago. Was it not the Imperial Princess herself who pardoned me?" Richard replied indifferently. "Pardoned? It was more so that she allowed you to live due to what usefulness you could have to me, but I haven't seen your use yet. In fact, if not for me, would you even be here to sit on your lofty throne?" At that moment, Lionel's smiling expression suddenly vanished, and the ground beneath him trembled. "You take yourself too seriously, don't you think?" Lionel's voice boomed, the ground suddenly quaking and shattering. The stairs that elevated Richard's throne suddenly crumbled, compressing into the ground. In the blink of an eye, Richard had gone from sitting on a lofty throne to being seated within a pit that left him a full head shorter than Lionel. At this point, it was he who had no choice but to look up. No one could even react to the change at all, but by the time the rumbling completed and the force dispersed, the deed was done. Richard sat in the pit with a narrowed gaze. Lionel's explosiveness had caught even him off guard. It was only now he realized just how unpredictable Lionel could be. He was entirely unreadable. Originally, he thought like the Impreza of the Zoltine faith. His assumption was that Lionel had things to worry about and couldn't be too out of hand with his reaction. But now, he suddenly wasn't so sure anymore. Before Richard held any power in his hand, he had always been cunning and scheming. His intelligence was exceptional, If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to cause the resurrection of the Viola family so quickly. But there were some things that intelligence couldn't overcome. This was something he had learned the hard way the first time, and he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Richard slowly rose to his feet, stepping out of the pit. He had always been shorter than Lionel, so even now, he was still about a head shorter. But even so, he felt far better and more unrestrained on his feet. If Imperial Prince believes that I am the same man I was in the past, you would be sorely mistaken. My Viola family is guilty of nothing other than fighting for territory. The only difference is that we are better than others. In the past, my Viola family was destroyed. This was because we were inferior to others. I have no complaints. But now that we have risen from the ashes, soaring into the skies like true phoenixes, we won't allow others to press us down once again. Our dignity will not be trampled upon. Richard's voice boomed, and the blood of the Viola family members boiled. They stood to their feet once again, but this time, Richard didn't ask them to sit. It was clear that they were prepared to fight any moment now. If Lionel truly didn't back down, they would even dare to kill an imperial prince of the empire. Lionel's serious expression suddenly gave way to a laugh. I left for a couple decades, and I returned to find that everyone has gotten so much more arrogant. Even enemies I've already trampled once before scurrying up again. What do your words count for? This isn't Viola territory. This is the Ascension Empire. Fight for territory? Why do you have to do that? Even if I told you to give up this planet right now, you would have to obediently do so. Lionel's pupils suddenly constricted. Before he could react, Richard's fist had already appeared before his eyes. It was simply too late to react. Bang! Lionel's head exploded into a rain of blood, bone, and gore, his final words still echoing. "Kill them all," Richard said indifferently. Chapter 1778. Published at 14th of April, 2023, 11:29 and 37 seconds a.m. Chapter 1778. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1778, chest deep within space. The flagship hung in silence. Lionel watched the scene of his death with a cold expression. Indeed, Richard dared to attack, and indeed his strength wasn't a joke. Lionel had sent his clones constructed of emulation spatial force in his stead, feeling that something like this would happen. In fact, he felt that this would have likely happened even if he had been more lenient with his words and actions. It was clear that Richard was already prepared for the worst-case scenario, and his level of alertness was high. In the final moments before his clone's death, the spatial force activated and replaced it with a real corpse. With the depth of his dream force, it was almost impossible to see through the differences, especially if Richard was going to shatter his skull like that. As for Lionel's brothers, Richard was even less familiar with them. That said, Lionel didn't particularly care if Richard saw through the ruse since things were already past this point. The results would be the same, so long as he dared to attack. But now, Lionel had to choose his next step carefully, and the best course of action would depend on what Richard's choice was. As Lionel saw it, there were two possibilities. Either Richard was confident enough to double down and remain in Earth's territory, or he already had an exit plan. This little bitch, Raj's expression twisted with rage. He was only just sane enough to not go running down there for revenge. Watching himself die, even if it was just a clone, triggered memories he didn't like to remember. The same one for most of them. Though they didn't express it like Raj had, they stared daggers at the floating monitor, wanting for murder. If not for Lionel's orders, they might have already gone all out to attack. "We can't take him casually," Lionel suddenly said. "He's in the 7th dimension, and he's most definitely not weak among them. If I'm correct, he would probably rank favorably against the domain-ranked disciples of the Void Palace." Raj grit his teeth. How'd he become so powerful? My best guess is that he gained greatly from the zone, and it might also be related to that secret of the Viola family my mother mentioned. Unfortunately, there were too many things that happened one after another after we went to the Void Palace, and I never had the time to investigate it. Lionel wasn't wrong. By the time they got there, the trial began immediately. Richard obviously hadn't had the skill to make it far in the trial back then, so he ended up in the ranks of nominal disciples while Lionel had become a quasi-galaxy ranked disciple for a while. Then he lost the segmented cube and was basically kidnapped by his uncle, so there really was no time to worry about the likes of Richard. "What's the plan, Cap?" Milan asked. "We'll have to wait to see how he'll react. The problem with the thrusting skies sector might have to wait. I have a feeling that Richard is a much bigger threat." So the group waited. But after several moments, Lionel's eyes couldn't help but narrow. The monitoring system of the flagship was excellent. When it was configured correctly, picking up sound and images across even light years was very much possible. However, depending on the defenses of your target, these images could be better or worse. Even after configuring, Lionel could only pick up images and not sound from planet Viola, proving that their defenses were actually quite excellent considering how close to the planet the flagship was. However, this didn't matter much. With his abilities, reading lips was all too easy. The sounds might as well have been blaring in his ears. But to Lionel's shock, Richard really had no intention of leaving. In fact, he was delegating normal tasks and sending his ministers off to maintain order. There was nothing out of the ordinary, as though he hadn't just killed an imperial prince at all. Lionel leaned back in his chair and chuckled when Richard even tasked someone with fixing up the throne room. Soon, they dispersed, and Lionel's configuration was no longer useful. It would take several hours more of effort to configure it to a new location, so there was nothing left to observe. This was the only real drawback of the monitoring system. Unless he had an exact location like a throne room that would obviously be used to welcome guests, it was quite useless. Lionel fell into his own thoughts. Although he had listed this as an option, he hadn't actually expected it to happen. Lionel now had enough justification to turn his cannons toward planet Viola and eradicate them. But he did have his reservations about it. The Zoltene faith wasn't taken out by him, so it wouldn't be a sin for him to bear. But this would be different, especially since he had just finished destroying those 4 families. Whether it was the Impreza or Richard, they were both right that Lionel would have reservations. It was just that Lionel was good at finding ways to circumvent this. The unfortunate part was that while he could see the depths of the Zoltene faith easily, he couldn't seem to do the same with Richard. This made things far more complicated. Lionel's finger tapped his armrest. In just a few seconds, he had already gone through several possibilities. Interesting. In that case, we'll have to suffocate them in other ways. It's fine if other sectors are in turmoil, but this sector, Earth sector, has to be entirely problem-free. Chaotic water sector, thrust skies sector, 3 pillars sector. Lionel's gaze began to glow, information flying by one after another. Lionel suddenly stood, a plan formulating in his mind. Battling personally really would be too troublesome, and that, of course, considered the fact he wasn't certain if defeating Richard in his current state was even possible. In that case, he would just have to play some chess. Chapter 1779, published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 27 seconds a.m. Chapter 1779. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1779 in the clear. "You're okay?" Lionel smiled, looking forward with a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Even in comparison to the usual, his gaze for Aina was even more caring. But it was difficult to tell if this was because they had finally taken that step in their relationship, or if it was because the loss of his brothers, albeit temporary, had made his grip on what was important to him all the firmer. Aina, who had just finished recovering from her fatigue and had come out to see what Lionel was up to, was dazed for a moment. She had come out with the intent that she would either find battle or Lionel hard at work, so her mentality was there. But she hadn't expected to see such a pair of eyes the moment she stepped out. The huge pendulum swing between expectation and reality left her frozen, and not long afterward, left her blushing to say. She was almost immediately embarrassed by her own reaction. Lionel hadn't really said anything be considered normal, but she couldn't help it. That feedback loop only made her blush harder. Just when Aina was feeling her most embarrassed, the sound of hooting, hollering, and whistling came from behind Lionel. She only realized then that the two of them weren't alone, and there were actually 8 more people watching with rapt attention. In fact, Raj had even managed to find himself a bucket of popcorn as he eked so far out to the side that he was nearly falling from chair. "Ah, you." She suddenly wanted to lash out at Lionel. Couldn't he have warned her or something? The last time she had seen Lionel's brothers, they weren't exactly on the best of terms. And now she had suddenly appeared again, only to be embarrassed like this. Aina leaned forward and pressed her forehead into Lionel's chest, seemingly trying to hide. Her embarrassment had suddenly gained a hint of anxiousness. To make matters worse, she felt like she was walking around with "I just had sex" on her forehead. Seeing Aina suddenly become so flustered, Lionel couldn't help but burst into laughter. There were 2 sides to this girlfriend of his. There was the bold Aina, and then there was this version. When he first met her, it was hard to tell which version he would get. But now it just felt amusing to bring it out himself. And it felt even better when she accidentally stumbled into it herself like now. Hearing Lionel's laughter, Aina missed Yuri and Savon. She had already been thinking about trying to find them again, but now she definitely needed backup, or else these hooligans would hound her to death. "Yeah, I'm going to head to the Umbra family to see how they're doing for now. You all focus on the smaller tasks around the Earth's territory. Make it known that we aren't letting certain things slide anymore. Build up a mystique. Forget the older issues. The instant you get a new report, go there. I want to give off the feeling that we can appear anywhere instantly. I want people to hesitate before they even commit a crime. Here." Lionel flipped a palm, and several masks appeared. However, these weren't normal masks at all. They fit over their heads, front, back, and sides, and obscured everything. They seemed to be made out of a mesh material, and they had a fluorescent pair of eyes that appeared outside, hovering within the black mesh material. The result made it look as though they were nothing but eyes. They had no mouths, no ears, nothing but a piercingly sharp gaze reminiscent of a wild beast. These masks, or helmets if that's more accurate, will send you all information filtered through me first. It'll assign a difficulty rating and an optimal approach to the situation. Depending, only one of you might need to act, or it could be 3 or you, or even all of you. So long as you follow the plan, everything should be fine. Within a single month, the word should spread adequately. Leave the Thrusting Skies sector and the Viola family to me. I made a mistake letting that Richard live once. He won't get the opportunity again. Gotcha, Cap. Drake, Alan, Arnold, and Joel seemed to be the only ones paying attention. As for the other 4, they were still enraptured by the mesh masks. Only after the Eli's Lionel was finished speaking did they wave a hand toward him as though they got it. Lionel chuckled, but didn't mind too much. Then he turned toward Aina. "Are you going to follow me? Or?" "I want to find Savon and Yuri," she replied. Lionel laughed. "Are you that scared of being bullied?" Aina glared at Lionel, but before she could respond, Joel suddenly spoke. "Yuri and Savon probably aren't within Earth's territory right now. It was a bit hard for us to see eye to eye after the war because they felt that it was smarter to return to the Void Palace, but we wanted to stay on Earth in case anything else happened." Lionel raised an eyebrow. Though Joel explained it quite simply, Lionel had a feeling that their disagreement was probably a bit more explosive than that. It was difficult to manage their relationship without the existence of Lionel and Aina, especially since to them, the relationship had long since been strained. It wasn't until today that Lionel's brothers learned that he and Aina were actually back together again. So, given the fact they were on 2 opposite sides of the spectrum in this regard, it wasn't surprising that they found it difficult to reconcile. But to Lionel's shock, the one with the weirdest expression when the 2 were mentioned was actually Raj. Lionel's gaze landed on Raj as though he was trying to see through him, and Raj, almost immediately, felt as though he was in some sort of hot seat. Hey, you can't blame me, Cap. You're back together with Aina now. I'm in the clear." Chapter 1780, published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 27 seconds a.m., Chapter 1780, if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. 1780 nothing. Lionel was speechless for a long while, his mouth hanging open. No way. He eventually managed to say. Many words. What happened? How high was Lionel's EQ? How sharp were his senses? He could even see a reflection of Raj's soul, if he so wanted to, and he could tell just from that inkling that Raj wasn't messing with him. It wasn't just Lionel who was looking at Raj with weird expressions. Clearly, this wasn't exactly public knowledge. The only one who didn't seem surprised was Joel, who was obviously aware of something previously. But this made sense. With Lionel not there, Joel was the de facto leader. In that sort of role, he would have to be aware of everything going on around him. Raj cleared his throat. Why are you all looking at me like that? Spill it, fatty. Milan glared from over the table. Raj sneered. Just because you're a 40-year-old virgin doesn't mean you can just lash out at me as you please. Some of us have sex lives. Milan's mouth hung open. Virgin? He wasn't a virgin. Raj had been the last virgin among them. Well, that didn't include Lionel, of course. But given Lionel's status in their hearts, none of them even really considered him to be a virgin. It is pretty clear to them that he could have lost it whenever he wanted to. In fact, even now, they weren't questioning his virginity. They just had their assumptions based on a few context clues. Lionel wasn't the type of person to go around talking about such a thing. The true virgin among them was Raj. This wasn't even necessarily because he couldn't find a girlfriend, but rather because he had a big mouth and a fiery temper. He had no idea how to filter his words or coax a woman. He just blurted out whatever he was thinking, and that wasn't exactly conducive to keeping a woman happy. Every time Raj got into a relationship, it ended in a fiery, burning inferno, usually with him ranting at the top of his lungs about how idiotic the fair sex was. It wasn't a coincidence that his words after Lionel and Aina's breakup were the most scathing. But the idea that Raj had not only lost his virginity finally, but even one of either Savon or Yuri, left them entirely without words. This was especially so because he had never filtered himself in front of them, even talking about his dream of having a harem. But then again, since they were willing to leave him for so long, maybe they had gotten sick of his rant. Seeing everyone's speechlessness, Raj slammed his meaty palms onto the table. He could handle much of their scrutiny, but the way Alan was pushing up his glasses, and even Arnold of all people was looking toward him with such interest, was getting on his last nerve. Even the only person who could make him admit to such a thing, Lionel, was looking toward him as though his head was screwed on backward. You bastards. Can't you see this handsome specimen before you? Do I look like someone who struggles with women? Raj's voice boomed, causing a section of the flagship to quake. However, his reaction wasn't met with the reception he wanted, and he almost deflated. Fuck. People can't recognize a good thing, even when it's right in front of them. All right. Tell us what happened already. Stop throwing a temper tantrum, you big lug. Franco laughed, his gaze particularly lustful. Just tell us, who was it? Was it Savon or was it Yuri? Also, I need to tie dash. Franco found his voice caught in his throat. He coughed lightly as his head slowly turned toward Aina. She seemed to just be smiling a beautiful smile, but why was it that the air was suddenly so chilly? Ahem. Franco cleared his throat again. Less details. Just tell us about your beautiful romance. Forget you all, Raj snorted. It was definitely Yuri, Lionel suddenly said, causing everyone to look toward him. I just didn't expect it. I underestimated you, big guy. Aina's own expression flickered with surprise as well, but since Lionel dared to say it, she believed him. He wouldn't be one to mess around like that. She suddenly wanted to see Yuri a lot more so that they could talk about this. She wanted details of her own, despite the fact she had given Franco such a friendly reminder. Interestingly enough, Raj deflated when Lionel finally said it, sinking into his chair with a sigh. He seemed to be regretting something, but it was already too late. It ended poorly, I take it? Milan asked. Bah, forget her. Raj waved a hand, his expression quite unhappy. But considering Raj, of all people, barely said anything and didn't even seem to be about to go on a rant, it seemed that this one was quite a deep one. But he eventually sat up. He had regrets when he died. Maybe there was a chance now that he was living again. Ah, forget it. Raj waved a hand in distaste. am not chasing after that woman. She can kiss my ass. What happened exactly? Milan pressed. Don't speak in code, or I'll beat out of you. Raj glared toward Milan. It just didn't end well, all right? It couldn't have been that bad. You're not even ranting about it, and we had to squeeze this information out of you. I bet it was nothing, Milan replied. Nothing? Raj sneered. The last word she said to me when she left was that she'd destroy her body and make herself a new one so that I couldn't say I took her first time. Is that still nothing? Milan's lip twitched. That was indeed a bit extreme. Lionel, though, had a different reaction to all of this. So that's it. Yuri really is a spiritual. Chapter 1781. Published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 27 seconds a.m. Chapter 1781. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again 1781. In control, Lionel and Aina looked toward another, and Lionel eventually coughed. He walked over and patted Raj on the shoulder. Hey, at least she said something. It could be worse. She could have just disappeared without saying anything at all. The moment Lionel said the words, he felt a hot gaze on the side of his face. However, he gathered up all the willpower in the world and raised a thumbs up. One could never say that he wouldn't take one for his brothers. As expected, the moment Raj heard this, he burst into a fit of laughter. Now, if you'll excuse me, Lionel said before vanishing in a beam of light. Wait right there, Aina called out from behind. Don't say I never did anything for you, Raj. Lionel's voice echoed beneath the laughter of his brothers. The Umbra family was quite an anomaly. Years ago, they had burst onto the scene, attacking Earth with a sweeping momentum, before they were suddenly repelled. Back then, many had made the assumption that they wouldn't give up like this. After all, Earth had only been at the 5th dimension during their first attack, making it difficult for them to send their true firepower over. They could only rely on their young geniuses and older individuals who had no chance of breaking into the 6th dimension. Such a lineup wasn't very conducive to success. Due to the circumstances, they had only been able to send a single 6th-dimensional existence in their patriarch Xylem Umbra. But after his return, he made no movements to attempt a second attack, even after Earth became a 6th-dimensional existence and swallowed up their territory. This was odd to many observing the situation. Although the Umbra family wasn't exactly supremely powerful, they weren't weak either. Back then, beneath the Luxnix, Montex, and Viola families, they were probably near first place. In addition, having your territory swallowed by the influence of another world spirit was nothing but bad. This was actually why Richard was fighting so hard to maintain control over a certain radius. When one world spirit overwhelms another, it's only a matter of time before the weaker world spirit loses all power. Once that happens, the generations birthed by the weaker world spirit will cease to exist, and the newborns will begin the cycle of becoming Earthlings. If this continued, in 5 generations, everything your ancestors had built up would vanish, and your people would become the people of the stronger world spirit. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing if your lineage was weak. After all, wouldn't you prefer to be a talent of Earth than a middling talent of a 6th-dimensional world? But everyone had their own ambitions, and that was especially since there was another option, and that was to swallow up the stronger world spirit yourself. If a weaker world overwhelmed an evolving world, it was possible to snatch the talent away and take it for yourself. In this way, not only would you be able to keep your lineage, you would also give it a great boost in strength. And yet, when Earth underwent a point of great vulnerability during its expansion into the 6th dimension, and was even compromised in a war against 4 now eradicated families, the Umbra family, which had been in the best position to strike, controlling a galaxy right outside of the Milky Way, actually did nothing. No, it wasn't accurate to say that they did nothing, and was far more accurate to say that they did nothing to Earth, because it was thanks to the Umbra family that many who wanted to take advantage of the situation found themselves absolutely stonewalled. The Umbra family, which was always known as one of decent strength, displayed a great amount of strength that felt well beyond its own, and even played a key role alongside other mysterious figures in stopping others from taking advantage of Earth's greatest period of weakness. What others didn't know was that this was all because of a single young man who stood high in the skies, and he looked down toward the shadowy planet. "You're finally here." The voice appeared in a wisp of smoke as a figure suddenly manifested by Lionel's side. This was none other than Radlease, a young man that Lionel had known since his days at Valiant Heart Mountain. It could be said that they were good friends for a while, though their relationship had ended up being a bit strained when Lionel learned that he was from the Umbra family and had only come to the Milky Way to prepare for an attack on Earth and, of course, target the Silver Tablet. Lionel smiled, seemingly not surprised by Radlease's sudden appearance at all. "Sorry it took so long. Apparently I was stuck in a zone for over 20 years. Radlease's expression flickered. He had heard about the zone as well. In fact, he knew a bit more about it than most considering his Umbra family's former connections with the Three-Finger Cult. He was shocked that Lionel had made out at all. "Oh, so you do know a little something about that zone." "I was Dash. You might be disappointed with how much we know, but I guess you can say that we're aware of a small bit. You can follow me. Everyone has been waiting for a while." In truth, after knowing that Lionel would enter the Void Palace, they had already been ready to wait more than just a few decades. After all, one wasn't supposed to be able to leave the Void Palace casually after entering it. The trade-off in time should have been worth it, but it was just unfortunate that Lionel didn't gain the boost in strength they were expecting from him in this time period. As a result, though they had been willing to wait, the situation was a bit more strained now than it would have been otherwise. Even so, what could they do? Just the fact Lionel knew of their connection to the Three-Finger Cult meant that he had them by the balls. No matter how dissatisfied some of them might be, it was all useless. Lionel was in control. Let's go," Lionel nodded. Chapter 1782, published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 27 seconds a.m. Chapter 1782. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1782 simple words compared to the throne rooms and royal courts that Lionel had been in before. The gathering room of the Umbra family was very simple. Up ahead, their patriarch, a man quite familiar to Lionel, Xylem Umbra, sat. But unlike Lionel's run-in with the Viola family, Xylem didn't seem to be flaunting his authority. In fact, he was quite eye level with Lionel and greeted him with a nod. What was interesting to Lionel, though, was that Xylem was still in the sixth dimension, and he didn't seem to have improved very much at all. But this shouldn't have been surprising considering the fact that Xylem should have already been near the peak of his potential when Lionel met him the first time. It wasn't as though everyone would have vast improvements during his absence. However, this was still a curious matter. It had to be remembered that Lionel had drawn the connection between the Umbra family and the Three-Finger Cult. Lionel had been able to draw the connection between the Shadowtail lineage factor of the Umbra family and the higher-grade lineage factors of the Umbra family. Even so, it felt odd that a family that was able to escape the Three-Finger Cult would be so weak. It felt like it would make more sense that they were purposely putting up such a front to remain hidden. But Lionel actually felt that it was far more complicated than this. At the very least, if remaining covert was actually their main priority, they probably wouldn't have attacked Earth back then. Unless they attacked precisely so that they wouldn't stand out. If they hadn't tried to take advantage of such a good opportunity, it would have made them look more odd than not. But now they're probably being placed in a difficult situation because of me now that they chose to stand out and protect Earth back then. On top of that, in order for them to have succeeded back then, they definitely had to have more strength in reserve than what they're displaying here. Interesting. Lionel didn't seem very uncomfortable with the silence in the room. Despite the several gazes trained on him and the depth of darkness in the surrounding space, he seemed to be very comfortable in his own skin, whereas others might have started squirming by now. "Can you old fogies stop staring so much? You're making my skin crawl," Radlease mumbled. In the quiet of the room, his voice was all too conspicuous. It seemed that the years hadn't taken the jokester out of Radlease, but even so, that only earned him more glares. They were trying to be serious here, but here was this boy ruining everything. Radley scratched the back of his head with an awkward laugh and grin. Sorry. I only like it when beautiful women stare at me. Oh, am I not beautiful enough for you? At that moment, a middle-aged woman turned a sharp eye toward Radley's. She was actually his aunt, and though she looked a bit aged, she definitely still had the air of a mature and graceful woman to her. Even with the faint wrinkles on her face, most men would be forced to take a second or third look before her. This woman was known as Celtin, and it felt that the moment she spoke, the entire room seemed to shift toward her, even more so than Patriarch Xylem himself. Radley's coughed. How could that be true, Ani? I dream about you every day. I've lost count of the number of times I have lamented the fact we are related. Why are the heavens so cruel to me? I'm forever destined to not be with the world's greatest beauty. Radley spoke as though he was pouring his heart out, but his antics caused the room, which had been stifled with pressure to burst, becoming filled instead with stifled laughter. Even Lionel's lip twitched. Now that he thought about it, the first time he met Radley's, he was chasing skirts. It seemed that he wasn't willing to let even his own aunt go. Toward this, observers could only be speechless. Celtin rolled her eyes. Obviously, she was likewise used to her nephew's nonsense. Radley's was lucky that the situation wouldn't allow it, or else she would have given him a nice spanking. After a moment, Celtin turned her gaze toward Xylem for a second before looking toward Lionel. You are a very intelligent boy, since you could expose us when even the three-finger cult could not, so I'm sure you understand our qualms as well, right? We are running out of time, and circumstances have, unfortunately, caused you to lose almost a quarter of a century. While we were, indeed, prepared to wait even twice as long as that, I'm sure you can understand the difference between then and now, right? It would not be smart on our part to continue investing in you the same way. However, there's also not much we can do if you choose to hold our past over our heads either, so we are at a bit of an impasse. Hearing these words, rather than being annoyed, Lionel was actually quite curious. Although the words seemed simple, they implied many things. The first was that the Umbra three-finger cult that was likely beyond just pure survival. The second was that they were prepared to execute this plan so long as Lionel would allow them an amicable separation. And the third was that they weren't willing to have a falling out with Lionel if they didn't have to. If they killed Lionel, it wouldn't be long before the spotlight was on them again, and that would make remaining hidden almost impossible. In addition, they would make themselves a great number of enemies, whether that was the Ascension Empire or the Morales family. They didn't believe that others wouldn't know that Lionel had come here today, so it was impossible for them to take this course of action casually. Chapter 1783, published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 28 seconds a.m. Chapter 1783. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1783 m. Not here. Lionel didn't speak immediately. In truth, he had come here for two reasons. The first was to touch base and make sure that everything was running smoothly, while the second was to give the Umbra family the bronze and silver tablets of the dark half of their lineage factor. From what Lionel could see, the Umbra family was stuck with their shadow tail lineage factor, much like the Luxnix family had been stuck with the Snowy Star Owl. But, compared to the original Luxnix family, the Umbra family had far more potential and talent. It was just hard for them to see the road forward. If they were able to upgrade their lineage factors, the help that they could provide to Lionel would be much better. The gap between the lineage factors was not small. If not for the perfect synergy between the two halves of the lineage factors, Lionel would have already abandoned his panda construct in favor of the stronger lineage factors of the Dark Force half. But now, Lionel realized that he would need to understand more about the Umbra family before he made this decision. In truth, the reason why he trusted them was obvious. This wasn't because he liked Radley's or he understood Xylem's character. It was rather because he had a firm hold of their greatest weakness. Someone who feared him and what he could do to them was much more trustworthy in almost all cases. Judging by the context clues of Celtin's words, however, There was too much he didn't understand that hold firmly to this conviction. In fact, just the mere fact Seltin was speaking instead of silence spoke volumes about how little he knew. I can tell you now that you've got it wrong. Lionel spoke slowly. It isn't me who should be convincing you of my use to you, but rather the vice versa. Seltin and the others frowned at these words. For a moment, they thought that Lionel might not have been as intelligent as they once thought. Could he not tell the underlying meaning of their words? Did he really think that this was all they had? Lionel shook his head. The matter of the three-finger cult is trivial as of right now. Even if you all were suddenly exposed right this moment, I highly doubt that the cult would have the bandwidth to deal with you right now. In fact, I'm pretty sure they have their hands full dealing with my old man's temper. Lionel had already deduced that there was just one matter that could be keeping his father busy, and that had to be the three-finger cult. This was just an obvious conclusion to make. The Void Palace had been all but out of commission for at least 10 years before it finally clawed back enough high-ranking members to re-establish themselves. But even then, their rules became more difficult to implement, and even something as simple as their no-leaving policy was broken again and again, casually. Even setting aside Lionel's brothers, even the likes of Richard had just directly left without a word. It was clear that the prestige of the Void Palace had taken a great hit. And yet, even with the Void Palace absent, what was the worst thing that had happened in these last 20 years? The invasion of the Cloud Race, maybe? Compared to what could have, or one could even argue should have happened. That was a mere joke. The only way that the three-finger cult could have been stalled for that period of time was if someone, or several someones with exceptional power, had stifled them at every turn. If Lionel knew of the disparaging words the three-finger cult had spoken about his old man, he would have laughed directly in their faces. To him, such words would have sounded no different from the triggered ravings of a group of losers. And now that the Void Palace was back, the task ahead for the three-finger cult would only be made more difficult. As expected, when Lionel said these words, Seltin's expression flickered. I don't need to threaten you, and I don't have a habit of threatening those who are supposed to be my allies. Is that why you destroyed those 4 families? Seltin asked lightly. Lionel grinned. Were they supposed to be my allies? As far as I know, in the midst of a crisis, instead of supporting the world they were born in, they attacked it and slaughtered countless young geniuses. Destroying them, as far as I'm concerned, was taking it easy on them. Seltin didn't respond. Her words seemed to be implying something different, but at this moment, it didn't seem to matter much. So we'll say it again. It isn't you all who needs convincing. I came here today with the intention of helping your family a great deal, but now I'm not so sure anymore. Anyone could just say those words. An elder suddenly spoke from the side. Bang! A bronze tablet fell from Lionel's ring onto the ground, causing cracks to spread in all directions. Can they? Why am I not so certain of that? Lionel asked without even looking in the direction of the elder who spoke. By this point, although Lionel's gaze never left Seltin, even her own eyes were entirely focused on the bronze tablet at his feet. It radiated an aura that they were all too familiar with, an aura that made their hearts skip several beats. It very much at all, letting it rest at his feet without a single hint on his expression to its value. Even if you all are 1,000 times more powerful than what you've shown on the surface, I can promise that I can still leave this place entirely unscathed. So, I won't repeat myself again. This time, you'll need proper explanations. I'm not here to beg you. I'm here to lead you. I'm not here to threaten you. I'm here to show you a light at the end of the tunnel. If you don't want it, just say so, and our relationship will be cut off here. Just don't think of coming back to me later. I already have a pet peeve against being tested. Chapter 1784. Published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 28 seconds a.m. Chapter 1784. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1784. Beyond Seltin's gaze narrowed. But even after she looked back up to meet Lionel's, he didn't flinch a single time. In fact, it was she who felt her throat suddenly constrict, as though just a thought of acting against Lionel would lead to her death. This was, of course, ridiculous, or, At the very least, she thought that it should be. Even with the strength she only showed on the surface, it should be enough to deal with a Tier 1 Lionel, let alone her true strength. So why did she feel so uncomfortable? What do you want to know? Sultan finally spoke. The obvious, Lionel replied without missing a beat. Why did you leave the three-finger cult? How did you leave them? Why are you all stuck at the shadow tail level of the lineage factors? What is the true depth of your strength? The obvious, Lionel repeated. Sultan's jaw set and she leaned back in her chair. Radlise, who was still standing by Lionel's side, coughed slightly, pulling at his color. Is it just me, or is it a bit hot in here? This time, Radlise's antics didn't get any laughs. In fact, the atmosphere only became heavier until Sultan finally spoke. Believe it or not, the three-finger cult wasn't always like this. The original intention of the three-finger cult was to save humanity. I'm sure that those who remain still believe that that's what they're doing, but as far as we are concerned, they've strayed from that path long ago. The moment they began to target fellow humans for the supposed greater good, they had already lost their way. Lionel's gaze narrowed, but he didn't interrupt. The three-finger cult gained its name from its three founders. Oddly enough, only two of them were human, and the third was a demon. The other two founders, one is likely one you have never heard of, a man who called himself king, and the second was a true emperor. The first ruler of the Silver Empire, Emperor Silver I. One would think that it would be the demon who betrayed the other two, but the one who did was the second human, King. Without wasting time getting into the weeds, King turned the human race against the Silver Empire, leading to their destruction. It was said that the reason for this was a love triangle between the three, as it was probably more accurate to say that their third member wasn't a demon, but rather a demoness. The details of that period are murky to many, but in the annals of history, it had always been written that the Silver Empire betrayed the human race, turning into unrecognizable demons. One could only guess that the demoness of the three-finger cult chose Emperor Silver, and King was enraged by this. Lionel frowned. Something wasn't adding up. If the founders of the three-finger cult involved the founder of the Silver Empire, how is it that this grudge led to the destruction of the empire? It didn't make any sense. No matter what, the Silver Empire was a powerful dynasty, and it had many emperors. By the time the Silver Empire fell, the founders of the three-finger cult should have long been dead. From what Lionel understood about lifespans, this shouldn't be possible. Even Wise Star Order, who was supposedly immortal, had a cap to his lifespan. This is an answer I cannot give you. All I know is that these words are most definitely the truth, because even now, King is still alive. Lionel's pupils constricted, his heart palpitating. If Sultan wasn't lying, then this wasn't just a small matter. What level of strength did someone who had lived for so long have? How did this make any sense at all? Sultan took a breath and exhaled. It was obvious that this was also something she thought about a lot. Our Umbra family is made of individuals whose hearts turned cold due to this decision and the few members that remain of the Silver Empire. We hope to make it back one, but for now, we live in the shadows. This is why we've taken on the name Umbra. Sultan shook her head. We cannot tell you the true depth of our power, as it does matter regardless. We will never show the world more than this level of strength. And even if you give us the bronze tablet to meditate upon and regain our lineage factor, we will never show it to the outside world either, not until we're ready to strike back against the three-finger cult. Ultimately, the reason we only have the Shadowtail lineage factor is because for us, it doesn't manifest like a lineage factor at all. Instead, it manifests like an ability index. It is not inherited, it's instead passed down to us. The original three-finger cult didn't have strong familial ties, so it was difficult to maintain the lineage factor across many generations. And even when it did appear, it was becoming so scarce that it was difficult to display good results. In addition, since the cult only had one tablet, it wasn't feasible to allow everyone a chance to meditate on it, especially as the organization expanded. So, as a result of this, the demonists created this method of lineage factor transfer. Only by contributing to the cause could we then gain an opportunity to meditate on the tablet and thus progress. But obviously, after our escape, we forever lost this chance and have been trying to find new methods of progression. I can only say that this tablet is indeed very valuable to us. You're correct in your original assessment. As Seltin's words echoed, flashes of lightning were sparking through Lionel's dreamscape. He felt like he was making connections faster and faster between things that had previously seemed entirely disconnected, even some things related to his grandpa Morales. But before he could even focus on those things, Lionel's mind suddenly snapped toward the demoness. A demoness, capable of passing down lineage factors as though they were ability indexes. The silver tablet was also somewhat similar to this, was it not? Just who was this demoness? And why was it that she was the only one Setlin left unnamed? For some reason, Lionel had a feeling that this demoness was far more important than Emperor Silver or King. In fact, she may very well be the reason behind it all. But this only left more questions than answers. The Void Library had no explanations of a demon race. It seemed that the only instance occurred within the human domain itself, something that made absolutely no sense. Where was that demoness during the conflict? Why did Seltin gloss over her, as though she wasn't a big deal at all? And why was it that the more Lionel thought about this demoness, the vaguer his conclusions about her became, almost as though someone was trying to mess with his memory? The most fear-inducing part was that Lionel could feel the movements in his dream force, almost as though a pair of slender hands was shifting his synapses and stopping them from firing properly. This person, their dream force affinity was leagues beyond his own. Chapter 1785, published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 28 seconds a.m. Chapter 1785. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again, 1785, not bad. Lionel frowned and shook his head. He couldn't think straight until he, ironically, stopped thinking entirely. He could only barely manage to split up his deductions into several dreamscapes. Only when they were separate did the odd influence on his mind disappear. By the time he was finished, his heart was beating erratically. He couldn't imagine the kind of power it would take to influence someone's thoughts about you. This was beyond just power. It was quite literally the means of a god. Lionel was almost 100% certain that this person was aware every time their likeness was mentioned. Was this the true power of dream force? To not only be hyper-aware of your own stream of consciousness, but that of everyone else's as well. Years ago, Lionel had had a thought about this, but it was so far away from him that he couldn't even fathom it. Even now, he was in a similar situation. Despite how far he had grown, he felt like he hadn't even taken half a step towards such a goal. This person is dangerous. Lionel's jaw set. He realized almost immediately just how poor his mindset had been. This wasn't someone that he could casually catch up to with a few years of effort, and it most definitely wasn't someone he could out-scheme. This was beyond Y-Star Order reading his mind. This person could sense his learning about them from an infinite distance away. To say that such an individual could crush him with a single finger was an exaggeration. Of himself, this person wouldn't even need to lift a finger. If Lionel was correct, if this person wanted to kill him, the moment they sensed him learning about them, they could directly snuff out his consciousness, and he wouldn't even be able to do anything about it. This was why Lionel had no choice but to stop trying to deduce. If he kept thinking about this person, he might very well offend them. By then, he wouldn't even know how he died. His life would just be forfeit. Unbeknownst to him, Lionel had broken out into a cold sweat, his face becoming somewhat pale. This was a feeling that he had never experienced before. What he didn't even have the presence of mind to realize was that most people who spoke of this person wouldn't even notice that they were being observed. It was precisely because Lionel's dream force affinity was so high that he could feel this fear to begin with. As the saying went, ignorance was bliss. Seltin and the others had no idea why Lionel was reacting like this, but Lionel himself felt that he had just barely escaped with his life. The problem was that losing his life was just one potential aspect. Someone with such a great control over Dream Force could take over his mind, alter his thoughts, and twist his personality without him even realizing. Such a thing would be a far worse fate than death. Lionel took slow and deep breaths, doing his best to slow his heart rate. The glow in his eyes slowly returned. It took him a while, but Lionel realized that even his overwhelming feeling of fear just now didn't even come from himself. It was rather this person influencing him. For them to be able to force him to react like this after what he experienced with the Emperor's Might tablet, it was clear that they were in existence no less powerful. Lionel lightly flexed his fists, the aura around him shifting. At that moment, Lionel's dream force broke through a barrier as he exhaled. His irises reflected a glassy color, almost as though one could spot a microcosm of the world within him. A silvery, crystal-like energy rained down around Lionel, and his 3 stars rotated. Boom! Boom! In an instant, Lionel's aura flourished, his strength soaring from Tier 1 of the 6th dimension to Tier 3. Wild fluctuations of force wafted from his body like the echoes of a roar, causing cracks to race along the ground and forcing Radlease, who was the closest to him, into a retreat. Lionel's hair danced and his clothing fluttered. The pale violet color in his eyes seemed to solidify for a moment before it receded once more. The expressions of Celtin and the others couldn't help but widen. The moment Lionel made his first breakthrough, it was clear and obvious that he wasn't on the conventional path. A breakthrough in the conventional path after the 5th dimension required a large amount of resources, but Lionel hadn't absorbed anything. In fact, his body seemed to spontaneously produce force of its own. This meant that Lionel had to be on the God path, but if he really was on the God path, just what were they witnessing? Even a single breakthrough along the God path was worthy of celebration. Even for the Cataclysm generation, the greatest geniuses of the human domain, supposedly, a single breakthrough took over a year. Many of them had already been back for over a decade, but very few had entered the 7th dimension. This made the issue obvious. Just a single breakthrough should be hard to come by. How the hell had Lionel undergone 2 right before their eyes? And the oddest part was that just a moment ago, he looked as though he had contracted some sort of sickness. The flourishing aura around Lionel slowly came to a pause, and he exhaled a final breath, and everything seemed to settle down properly. In an unknown location, a demoness sat on a throne of bones. Every part of her was endlessly alluring, and yet it also felt as though one couldn't see any part of her clearly. She was somehow both the most perfect representation of woman, and yet somehow very forgettable. At that moment, this demoness chuckled, even her voice causing those that heard it to go entirely soft all over. "Not bad," she said lightly. "Much better than those other 2. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time." Chapter 1786. Published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 28 seconds a.m. Chapter 1786. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1786 Libly and Dinma Lionel stretched slightly, his body popping and crackling. Just now, he had caught a glimpse of what the highest echelons of dream force manipulation looked like, and it almost instantly enlightened him. However, even with this, he only felt that the gap between himself and this individual only widened further. Even so, the pressure of Lionel's dream force had just become more suffocating. He could feel the limitations his body placed on his 7th-dimensional dream force loosen by a great deal. It was clear that strengthening one's force manipulation could break down-dimensional barriers prematurely. Breaking through via this method felt so much different than it had in the 5th dimension. Lionel felt as though he had become an elevated being, as though he was truly transcending through the dimensions, like he was shedding his mortality. He tightened and loosened his fists, feeling the air around him trembling. This was just a 6th-dimensional world, and the power he felt over it was palpable. He felt like he could crush a mountain with a single stop and split the skies in 2. This was true power. Even so, he didn't feel the slightest hint of complacency. The looming shadow of that figure hung over his shoulder, reminding him just how weak he was. At the same time, that hidden danger he had been sensing all this time could come around any time now. He didn't want to relax. Lionel stretched a hand forward, and the bronze tablet shot up and into his hands. "Take it." Lionel threw the bronze tablet over to Seltin without much hesitation. Even she was slightly stunned. She blinked, touching the cool surface. Even now, she could feel her blood stirring within herself. She had already brought the Shadowtail lineage factor to the peak of its potential long ago. She had been waiting for this day for too long. "Are you sure? There's nothing to be hesitant about. For what they did to my grandfather, the three-finger cult will definitely fall in my lifetime with or without you all, that I can promise. But if you all are serious about following through on your ancestors' intentions, then I will invest now and reap the rewards later." Lionel waved a hand. "Soon, they'll be launching a mission against the Thrusting Skies sector. Prepare an elite group of 100, whatever the best you can display for now is. I will be going to the Midas and Radix families now. Originally, I was going to have you participate in this as well, but now..." Lionel looked down in his hands, feeling the strength coursing through him. "I don't think it's necessary anymore." Lionel turned to leave with a smile, waving a hand. If it was before and Lionel had spoken about taking out the three-finger cult without them, the members of the Umbra family might not have been able to take it seriously. However, it could be understated just how impossible it was to have such a breakthrough in the sixth dimension. To skip a level was practically unheard of. So when Lionel spoke, they subconsciously believed him. He expected the Midas and Radix families to be even easier to deal with than the Umbra family had with the Umbra. He had no such thing with this two-pronged family. And yet he didn't even have to shed a single hint of blood to find himself deep within their territory, face to face with their new patriarch and matriarch. Lionel knew the two of them quite well, as he had fought the both of them before. Libly, the petite young woman, and Dinmo, the 5-meter-tall behemoth of a man. After over 2 decades, their marriage had long since occurred, and they might very well have children between them now. However, quite frankly, the two of them looked horrible. From what Lionel could tell, they really seemed to be on their last legs. It only took a single sweep for Lionel to understand. The Flora family? Libly managed to keep her calm after Lionel said these words. But it was Dinmo, the simple one between the two, that wore his heart too clearly on his sleeve. He reacted almost immediately when Lionel spoke, making it all too obvious that this was the case. Toward her husband, Libly could only release an exasperated sigh. The last time Dinmo had seen Lionel, he had gotten his shoulder crushed and found himself tossed into a snow globe. If not for Lionel choosing to release him back to his family, he wouldn't even be here, and it could be said that it was because of this slight goodwill that Lionel's journey here had been made so easy. Even so, Dinmo had a psychological weakness in the face of Lionel that was even worse compared to usual, so he found it very hard to hide anything, especially when Lionel was being so blunt and straightforward. "Prince Lionel, we hope that you can help us out a small measure. As you know, our Midas and Radix family and their Flora family have never seen eye to eye because we own 2 halves of the same inheritance. Back during Earth's rise into the 6th dimension, the Flora family made the mistake of attacking again, and they suffered a huge loss at the hands of the Umbra family and others, which saved us quite some trouble. But in recent years, they've been making a comeback, and the pressure has returned tenfold, and things are only worse now given the retreat of Shield Cross stars. If things keep trending in this direction, our family will be finished. They've always been more powerful than us, and if not for the union of our 2 families, we would have been crushed. I know that Imperial Prince needs help from others for the Morales family air wars, but it's impossible for you to gain the help of the truly powerful families due to the muddy politics. If you help our family to complete our inheritance by snatching away the Flora family secrets, I can guarantee that we will be of great help to you." Libly exhaled a breath as though it had taken up all of her energy to get this out. Chapter 1787, published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 28 seconds a.m. Chapter 1787. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. 1787 mistake. HM. Lionel hummed, but didn't answer immediately. Of course, he had come here wanting to deal with Midas and Radix families, so to turn his attention toward the Flora family in exchange for their obedience wasn't too much of a problem. But the confidence in Libly's voice made him curious. He had really thought much about it before, but it seemed that this inheritance they were talking about might not be too simple. In fact, if he recalled correctly, this inheritance should be related to the Silver Empire as well. Lionel remembered the first time he had heard about the Silver Empire. While it had been intriguing, it wasn't enough for him to be in shock and awe. But suddenly, he seemed to hear their name echo wherever he went. Libly squirmed somewhat nervously, although she had said about whether or not Lionel would really help them. Much like one tended to do in negotiations, she had exaggerated their position a bit. Whether or not they would be able to maximize the inheritance or not wasn't something she was sure of. In fact, she wasn't even certain what the Silver Empire inheritance would look like when it fused into one. "Explain your half of the inheritance to me," Lionel finally said. Libly exhaled. So long as Lionel was asking questions, there was a chance. "The inheritance is a bit difficult to describe, but it boils down to my Radix family's Radix cube and Dinmo's Midas family strong bodies. The Midas families is much easier to explain. They are able to use large amounts of Fire Force materials to strengthen their bodies. It not only ups their fire affinity, but it also gives their body a durability and recoverability most do not have. When you returned Dinmo to us, he was half dead with disastrous brain injuries, but he was able to survive thanks to this. He's even able to heal his body just by taking in high-quality Fire Force, though the limit is dependent on his own affinity, the strength of his talent, and his overall strength itself." Lionel's eyes narrowed when he heard this. Dinmo had, indeed, been half dead when Lionel returned him to his family. In fact, he remembered being shocked that he survived his blow at all. However, this wasn't why Lionel was intrigued. He just felt that Libly's words sounded greatly familiar. "My Radix family's Radix cube is a lot more complicated. We are able to form a special force within us that can be used to influence and change metals. Once this metal is changed through the use of our bronze force, it gains a symbiotic relationship with us, and we're able to take it within our bodies. This allows us to create crafts that can be controlled like limbs extending from our bodies. We nurture our Radix cubes through our lives, and we grow along with them. As we get more powerful, so too do they." The more Libly talked, the more sparks flew within Lionel's dreamscape. But even so, he couldn't understand why. Time and time again, the name Morales and Metal Synergy lineage factor came up. But what did portions of an inheritance from the Silver Empire have to do with the Morales family? Swallowing Fire Force to strengthen one's body. That sounded eerily similar to Metal Body. Fusing with metals and controlling it like an extension of yourself. That sounded eerily similar to Divine Armor. These seemingly unrelated matters all of a sudden fell entirely too related when they were reframed. Lionel's gaze turned sharp. What about the Flora family, then? We have to be more cautious. Things aren't looking good. News that the 4 families were destroyed has been circulating. Although that might just be a rumor right now, we should at least confirm if it's true before we take another step. A voice of reason echoed in a secret meeting room. This location was none other than an underground lair of the Flora family, but the people here were entirely split. The individual who spoke was an old woman who went by Elder Sherry. She looked especially kind, and though her face was filled with wrinkles, she had a rosiness that seemed very healthy. Out of her graying hair, branches of trees seemed to grow, and blooming red cherries became like ornaments to her style. On her shoulder, a beautiful white dove sat, picking at the red cherries from time to time with a blooming happiness in its eyes. By the time it finished eating one, a second would appear in its place almost immediately. This woman exuded endless vitality and was one of the 3 strongest warriors of the Flora family. Even so, she seemed to be in the minority on this day. Elders Seward and Roselia were entirely opposed to her views. "I disagree." Elder Seward, an old man who seemingly had seaweed in place of his hair, spoke out. "If anything, those rumors should make us hurry all the more. That boy is the very one who killed Lil Belize back when he was just in the fifth dimension. Now that he's returned, what chance do we stand if we do not finally complete our ancestors' wishes and fuse the final inheritance together?" Elder Sherry shook her head. "You only need to take the Midas and Radix families as an example. Just because we have to be able to fuse it. If it was so easy, why haven't their Midas and Radix families fused their quarter pieces together in all this time? Isn't it precisely because we can make use of a full half while they can only separate it that we are so much more powerful than they are? Even after centuries of intermarrying, they've only just finally produced a young genius that can use the two. By the time we succeed in producing a genius who can fuse all three pieces, our actions would have long since offended the Ascension Empire to the point where we would be eradicated. By then, our hard work would fall in the hands of others. I believe that this is a foolish decision that will lead to the downfall of our family." Chapter 1788, published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 28 seconds a.m. Chapter 1788. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1788 choice Roselia and Seward had difficulty rebutting Sherry's words. This was something the two AHD obviously been quite aware of, but they were simply unwilling, and what made it all worse was that this had been caused by their greed. Had they not attacked Earth back then, with how much the Ascension Empire had on their plate, how could they have time to deal with a scuffle between two six-dimensional families? Had they not been on Earth's radar, they could have used this moment to make a final push into Midas and Radix territory, swallowing them up and secretly taking advantage of commotion to retreat in secret to digest their gains. But now it was difficult even to make that argument. They were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They could either sit back and hope that Earth would forget their transgressions and not deal with them even after resolving their issues in the future, or they could rush forward with this and inevitably pop back up on their radar. Either way, their fates didn't seem to be in their own hands. "Then we'll just have to accept the offer," Roselia eventually said coldly. When this was said, even Sherry hesitated, not saying anything immediately. Her kind features seemed marred by worry. If this sort of choice was made, there rarely was no going back. Those people seemed to be very interested in their inheritance, but if their proposal was accepted, then they would have very little control of where things went from here. Ultimately, there were two predictable roads between them and one wild card. If they sat back and did nothing, they would either eventually be destroyed in the future, or they would continue to wallow in mediocrity. If they attacked, they would offend the Ascension Empire, and if they accepted this proposal, any of those things could also happen, but there was also a small chance that they could break out of their cocoon and bloom. It was clear what kind of philosophy the Flora family usually had. Since they had dared to attack Earth back, then even while knowing the kind of sticky situation they might get themselves into. However, even so, they were used to doing risk assessments as well. Back then, Earth was still a fledgling world, and they seemed vulnerable. But now, they had already grown into a behemoth in comparison to them. At the same time, if those people dared to do as they said, then it was likely that they were another behemoth, one that their family also couldn't afford to offend. The question was, should they make a deal with the devil Toes Cape a Demon? Sherry couldn't make this decision. Back then, she hadn't stopped the family from attacking Earth, because she too understood the concept that if one wasn't moving forward, they were moving backward. If everyone around you was improving while you, yourself, was stagnant, it really was no different from moving in the reverse direction. As a family that had survived many centuries to make it to this point, even conquering a galaxy to themselves, they couldn't afford to take a step back, especially since so many were eyeing Earth's territory right now. Worst come to worst, they would just allow their world spirit to dissipate and become true citizens of Earth. But if they were ostracized and their territory was taken over first before they could do even that, then what chance did they stand? The three-head elders looked toward one another and fell into silence. It seemed that they had made their choice. They didn't need to say anything to understand one another's conclusions. However, before they could take any further steps, a commotion broke out. As Lionel walked, he had to admit that the feeling of moist, soft grass beneath his bare feet felt almost too good. The Flora family territory was indeed a beautiful one. Exotic plants of all sorts bloomed in the surroundings, filling the air with earthy and delicate fragrant ethot soothed the soul. It even somewhat reminded Lionel of the scent of rain, but it was perpetual. He didn't waste any time and had come directly to their main planet. He truly didn't believe that anyone here could stop him. Even up until this point, he hadn't felt it necessary to take his hands out of his pockets, and he was enjoying the scenery more than anything. The shouts of warriors and alarms began to blare, ruining the ambience somewhat. However, every time they exposed their position, another swirling mass of emulation spatial force would shoot through the air, impaling them all. The Flora family members were simply too weak. Lionel was already able to kill one of their strongest warriors and geniuses back when he was in the 5th dimension. Now that he was in Tier 3 of the 6th dimension, what chance did they stand now? In what felt like just a few minutes, Lionel had already made it to the main gates of their estate. The entirety of planet Flora was covered in foliage and plant life. Even the water sources were covered in plants of all kinds, making it look like a planet off green from above. Their main estate was really no different at all. It was hard to tell if it was a real fortress at all because even its sturdy constructions were covered in plant life. Boom! A rush of spatial force came out from Lionel like the swing of a hammer. In just a single strike, the tall gates deformed, a dent that was over 20 meters across and over 5 meters deep appearing right at its very center. Lionel raised an eyebrow. It survived that. It's actually repairing itself, too. Lionel was a bit reluctant to use fire force in such a beautiful place, but that didn't mean he wooled if it came to it. For now, though, it didn't feel necessary. Lionel's gaze flashed. Boom! The gates flung open with such force that they were ripped off their hinges. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1789. Published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 28 seconds a.m. Chapter 1789. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1789. Too late. The gates flew up like artillery shells, falling in the distance with a deafening boom. At that moment, all the Flora family members that had been scrambling behind the gates froze, looking toward Lionel at the same time. They knew well how good their defenses were. It should have taken an entire troop of powerful warriors to even damage it. How could just a single person not only burst through it, but even do so with such force that the gates flew from their hinges like that? Fear took deep root within the Meven as Sherry, Seward, and Roselia all charged out from the depths of their family estate, their eyes widening when they landed in Lionel. Although they hadn't personally been there to see this young man back then, how could they not learn the truth from others by this point? Lionel had been able to kill Belizzi at the 5th dimension, but now he was already in the 6th dimension. Just what kind of monster had he become? The three-head elders smiled bitterly in their hearts. They never thought that they wouldn't even get the chance to make the hard choice. Just when they thought they had time, their worst fears became a reality almost instantly. Even if they laid down their lives to battle Lionel right this moment, would it even change anything? The strongest among them, Sherry, was only at Tier 6 of the 6th dimension. The other two were still at Tier 5. That didn't feel like they stood a single chance. Lionel continued to walk forward. His steps were absolutely silent, but for some reason they felt a loud and powerful gongs in their heads. Sherry sighed. Is it necessary to take things this far, Imperial Prince? Our family offended yours once in the past, but we haven't crossed any lines since then. Doesn't Earth need more allies now? Lionel gazed toward Sherry. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. When he looked toward this woman, he couldn't muster up any emotions outside of goodwill. She looked too kind, too fragile, too warm. But that was exactly why Lionel immediately put his guard up. There was absolutely no reason why he, who had such good control over himself, should be unable to make logical deductions about a person's character. At the very least, he should be able to make assessments deeper than what he could see at a skin-deep level. Lionel's eyes shifted toward the white dove on her shoulder, his expression becoming expressionless once more. "Have you been?" Lionel asked lightly. 9 days ago at Planet Voltrix. 17 days ago at the EU Moon System. 22 days ago, Prolax Moon System. 27 days ago at the Raytrise Asteroid System. These are just incidents within a last month where your family has launched an assault against others within Ascension Empire territory. The expressions of the three elders changed. Although they hadn't been personally a part of those operations, they knew of them. Each one of them had targeted the Midas and Radix families, dealing them huge losses. They had had many more planned, but the news of the destruction of the four families had stopped them in their tracks. Never had they thought that the Ascension Empire had paid somic attention to them. Could it be that they never stood a chance right from the very beginning? What these three didn't know was that the Ascension Empire had, indeed, not had any time to worry about them. Instead, this was just information gathered by the networks of the Etching Metal Organization, an organization the vast majority had no idea existed. And for those that might have an inkling, it was only that, suspicions. Let alone the Flora family. Lionel had detailed analysis of the micro and macro movements of every family and organization within Earth's territories. Sherry didn't know how to respond to Lionel's words. If before they had plausible deniability, the specifics of Lionel's words made it obvious that their denial would mean nothing, and even further, that he likely had proof. The head elders smiled bitterly and the atmosphere fell into solemnity. At that moment, a laughter echoed through the quiet. Lionel slowly turned his head toward a building covered in foliage in the distance. He had noticed this young man long ago, but he had simply made the assumption that he was just another member of the Flora family. He wasn't actively scanning everyone. After all, he couldn't be expected to recognize all of their faces as he had never been here before. However, the moment he paid attention to this young man, Lionel realized that his soul was different compared to everyone else here. He knew immediately that he wasn't related to the Flora family. When Lionel realized this, he became more serious about scanning the air, his powerful internal sight surging through the region. 2, 5, 6 of them including him. All right. The young man was caught off guard by the fact that Lionel immediately turned his attentionalness about him. But what shocked him even more was what came after this. "I haven't killed any members of the Three-Finger Cult in a long while. Why don't you stop laughing and draw your blade? If you don't, I want to give you another chance to." The expression of the young man and the other 5 changed almost immediately. They never thought that Lionel would be able to actually name their organization so casually. How could even L? For the current Lionel, such a feat was all too easy. Scanning Aper's son's soul told you a lot more about them than just generally scanning their bodies. With just a look, Lionel could feel the familiar aura of a lineage factor that he, himself, had, and thus E-people obviously weren't from his Morales, Luxnix, or Fox families. In that case, there was only one explanation. Lionel finally took his hands out of his pockets and flipped a palm to reveal the radiant white lion bow. Too late. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1790. Published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 29 seconds a.m. Chapter 1790. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1790 twin bang. The head of the young man snapped backward, a bloody hole appearing on his forehead. He seemed to enter a slight lull for a moment before his head exploded, a rain of blood and gore spreading in all directions. Lionel didn't show the slightest hint of mercy. The Three-Finger Cult was an existence that was akin to the oil to his water. As many as he met was exactly as many as he would kill. For making his father show him such an expression, they deserved nothing short of death. Sherry and the others shivered. They had no idea that young man was still here. He was the one who had come to them with the earlier proposition. But they had never thought that rather than leaving, these individuals would have still been here monitoring their movements. Even though they had eventually decided to side with these individuals, didn't this mean that they had never really had a choice to begin with? And yet, this person they had feared had been shredded to pieces by just a single attack of Lionel's. Lionel's fingers flickered and more arrows appeared from the segmented cube. He knocked 3 at once, pulling back in one fluid motion as his hair fluttered in the air. He locked on several targets at once. In his eyes, they might as well have been standing nose to nose. In such a situation, how could they avoid him? SHEU, SHEU, SHEU. Lionel released his bowstring, the roar of a white lion echoing with a sonorous resonance. At that moment, the other 5, who had all been hiding in the general vicinity, seemingly with the intention of blending into the family, all erupted with their greatest strengths at the same time. 3 punched out at the same time, shattering Lionel's arrows. Even so, 2 of them grimaced in pain as the bones in their hands fractured, and the last of them was even more unlucky, losing their entire fist to just a single arrow. All 3 stumbled back, their steps causing the ground to crack and shatter. Lionel had already pulled out 3 more arrows before the first ones landed, pulling back with a movement just as fluid and releasing. The world seemed to be devoid of all noise, the whistling of Lionel's arrows fading as they became faster and faster. The remaining 2 hidden experts shot into the air, radiant silver-black wings extending from their backs. Lionel recognized it immediately as the dusky steelbat lineage factor. The last time Lionel faced the 3-finger cult, they had even sent someone with the Aurora Black Panda lineage factor. The fact that this seemed to be the best this squadron could muster, it was obvious that they had sent a far weaker lineup this time around. Even so, they were actually arrogant enough to provoke Lionel despite knowing his identity. It could only be said that they had overestimated themselves. Lionel's 3 arrows spiraled around one another, appearing before one of the flying experts, as though he had already guessed exactly what would happen. Pung, pung, pung. The expert quickly protected himself with his steel wings. The dusky steel bat was well known for both its speed and the defense off its wings. Even so, Lionel's attack left 3 heavy dents in the enemy's wings, sending him flying into the distance. Before he could even react, a 4th arrow appeared before his forehead, shattering his skull to pieces. The last look in his eyes was nothing more than sheer moments. He couldn't believe he had died so easily. What he didn't know was that Lionel was impressed that any one of them had survived more than just a single arrow from him. The fact they could just went to show the sheer amount of talent was raising. Anyone who could survive more than a single strike from him while being in the 6th dimension had a right to be proud of themselves. These were Lionel's thoughts. Twang! Lionel's arrow suddenly exploded with speed in the air, catching the 2nd Dusky Steelbat lineage factor wielder off guard. Seeing how their companion died, she had thought that she would at least be able to block the first strike. But the sudden acceleration of Lionel's arrow caught her completely off guard. His head snapped back with a bloody hole. There was simply no chance as her head exploded before her body even hit the ground. Lionel had already knocked 4 more arrows. If one was following his pupils, before his enemies even faced a fatal strike, he had already looked away from them. The confidence in his archery was untouchable. With a bow in hand, he was invincible. Lionel released his arrows, but this time, his gaze narrowed. Even when it was just a mere 3 meters from his target, his expression didn't become any better. To anyone else, there was absolutely nothing there, but Lionel didn't seem happy at all. As expected, when the arrows entered a 2-meter, a figure appeared from seemingly nowhere, a delicate hand waving through the air. As though this beauty was plucking grapes from a vine, she snatched Lionel's arrows out of the air, caressing them in her fingers and cradling them to a stop. They are no longer of any use. We will leave now. she said lightly. "I've gotten what we need." Her voice was beautiful beyond compare. As her white robes fluttered along with her veil, she looked like an absolute goddess, and her voice only made one want to protect her future. Battling her would be the furthest thing from anyone's mind. And yet, this wasn't something that Lionel was thinking about. Rather, despite the obstruction of the veil and the fact his visual senses wanted to tell him that he had never met this person before, his far sharper senses were telling him a different story. "Anya," Lionel mumbled. "No, you aren't her. A twin sister?" Lionel seemed to speak only for himself, but the ears of those here were too powerful given their dimensional levels. Chapter 1791, published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 29 seconds a.m. Chapter 1791. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1791. Death. The woman seemed to look toward Lionel for the first time, but it was for no other reason than the mention of Anya. She didn't seem to see Lionel at all. In fact, it looked as though she was looking through him, a feeling that many of Lionel's enemies had experienced at his hands. However, Lionel didn't seem to care very much. True confidence and arrogance stemmed from thinking little of what others thought of you. Those who would be enraged by such a thing clearly had something to overcompensate for. As far as Lionel saw it, this was only confirmation of his thoughts. Lionel's gaze shifted toward the ring on the woman's finger, his gaze flashing. His Bao domain lineage factor activated, and his vision seemed to implode with spatial force. This was the truest extent of the Bao domain lineage factor, the capability to activate force from your sight. Since Lionel couldn't make use of the full lineage factor since he lacked the complete form, he could still accomplish this much. His vision pierced through the veil and entered the spatial device on the young woman's finger. In an instant, he saw everything within her private ring, ranging from her undergarments all the way to what he was truly looking for. An inconspicuous object was neatly tucked away in the corner. Although he had never seen it before, Lionel was absolutely certain that this was where the half of Silver Empire's inheritance was. Before he had gotten to it, this woman had made it there first. At first, the young woman was confused about what she was seeing, but after a moment, she seemed to have deduced what had happened. In one moment, she was stunned, and in the next, her placid glaze was marred by fury. She seemed to forget that there were people she was here to take away. Her aura alone caused the three that had managed to survive to erupt into a cloud of crimson. Lionel didn't react much to this at all. He assumed that she was angry because he had seen her personal property, but he simply didn't care. In fact, the more time she spent angry instead of using whatever method she had prepared to escape, the better. He obviously couldn't let her leave with the inheritance. As for seeing her undergarments, if he really wanted to, he could see her naked right this moment. Most could use their own personal strength to cancel out the Bao domain lineage factor, but Lionel had a very unique set of abilities that made it very difficult to do so unless you had a large power advantage over him. If this woman was truly Anya's twin sister, there was no doubt that she was a top-class beauty, one rarely seen, no less than Aina. But he simply didn't care. No beauty outside of Aina herself had ever moved him, and he doubted that would ever change. This woman could be stripped naked before him, and he simply wouldn't care. "You have a death wish," she said coldly. Lionel didn't respond, his bow disappearing in place of a white gold spear. His absolute spear domain flourished, an illusory cyclone of gold dancing around him. The aura was so oppressive that the members of the Flora family were forced into a retreat, buildings in the surrounding area threatening to collapse. The young woman, Harmony, took a step forward. But just as she did so, she looked up and her face seemed to scowl beneath her veil. Clearly, someone was communicating with her. She looked back toward Lionel, and sparks seemed to fly in her beautiful eyes, her ample chest heaving. She seemed to be memorizing Lionel's face for the future, her murderous intent towering like a malevolent tornado. After a moment, she exhaled a breath and flipped her palm over to reveal a plaque which she immediately poured her force into. Strong spatial fluctuations emitted in all directions until she was enveloped with a swirling portal. She vanished. However, from start to finish, Lionel hadn't moved. A moment later, Harmony took a step out, and her pupils constricted when she realized that she was actually standing in the same exact spot. Her head turned back to find that Lionel was looking toward her indifferently. "Valiant seal," Lionel said lightly. At that moment, in the surroundings, four pillars rose out of the ground, causing the earth to crackle and quake. The pillars pulled themselves out of the ground, radiating with beautiful bronze, and silver lights bloomed along his body. Harmony realized at that moment that the space was entirely sealed, and not by some treasure, but rather by Lionel himself. Her gaze couldn't help but narrow. This was no normal feat, not at all. Lionel began to walk forward. "Finger, cult members appear before me, is the number that will die. You overestimate yourself a bit too much." Harmony regained her composure. If Lionel could see into her spatial ring, he could obviously see what trump card she had in hand, and would obviously be aware of what methods of escape she could use. From that moment, he had already prepared a counter for it. Lionel wasn't just talented, he was scheming and highly intelligent. Even so, I think the one overestimating themselves is you. Keeping me here is the worst mistake you could have made. You had a path choosing death. Harmony's white dress fluttered, a silvery black energy wafting out in all directions from her, the aura of a Tier 4 expert coming out from her in waves. Lionel immediately recognized this energy as the very same energy which had dissolved all the strength from his arrows. Feeling it now, he was even more certain of what it was. Death force. A pair of white horns grew from Harmony's delicate forehead, her pupils growing to the point they almost swallowed up her irises entirely, forcing them to become rings of gold. Her white hair fluttered, being contrasted with the silvery black energy. Lionel was sure now. This was the Death Pulse Deer lineage factor, the 5th lineage factor, a pinnacle 8th dimensional lineage factor. Harmony reached out with a hand, and a scythe formed of white bone and creamy pearl manifested. The pole arm and menacingly curved blade connected by a glistening red ruby, twice the size of an adult's head. The polearm alone was at least 3 meters, and the curve of the white blade was at least 2 meters. "Shine, shirring, you want to kill death?" Harmony laughed, her gorgeous voice still causing those who heard it to go soft. "Fool, I'm going to enjoy skinning that handsome face off of your skull." Harmony's scythe danced and spun in her hands before she suddenly attacked. Chapter 1792, published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 29 seconds a.m. Chapter 1792. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1792. Sounds. Lionel's gaze flashed, his spear piercing forward. Clang! The ground imploded, the buildings and the surroundings cracking apart. In that moment, it looked as though a perfect sphere had expanded in the center of the battlefield before vanishing, leaving nothing but a vast nothingness in its wake. The two separated and instantly shot forward once again, their weapons crossing back and forth, dancing between glancing blows and all-out attacks that sent them both flying dozens of meters backward. In just a few exchanges, it felt like the entire Flora family estate had been razed to the ground, their power far too strong for a 6-dimensional world to handle with any sort of ease. Creeping up around him, eating at his own force. It swallowed it all with more forcefulness than even anarchic force seemed capable of, and yet it was precisely because of his experience with anarchic force that Lionel was somewhat able to deal with it. A pair of cold gazes met across a duo of crossing blades. Harmony's scythe sliced downward, shifting the weight of Lionel's spear and parrying it to the side. Her hips twisted and her body spun. 3 quick strikes descended toward Lionel's off-balance figure. The blade moved so quickly that its afterimages looked like a blooming lotus of scythe force, wafting an eerie, deadly aura. Clang, clang, clang. Lionel's absolute spear domain raged, rotating with such speed that it deflected all 3 blows. At the same time, Lionel's spear tip seemed to vanish into the void. It looked like he had been pierced by Harmony, her parry causing him to be off the mark by a few feet. And yet, the moment his spear tip vanished, it appeared at her throat as though it had always been there. Harmony's pupils constricted, however her expression remained calm. "Oh, whoa!" She pursed her cherry lips, her veil fluttering as she released the sound of a soothing harmony. It sounded almost like the seance of a religious cult. There didn't seem to be any force behind it at all. In fact, it was no different from the delicate hum of a young girl. And yet, Lionel's spear felt as though it had met an immovable object. A gentle pulsing light radiated out in all directions. When it met Lionel's absolute spear domain, it passed through it as though its substance at all. When it met Lionel's bronze aura, the outcome was the exact same. It crashed into Lionel's body, sending him flying backward. Despite the slow speed of the pulsing light, Lionel felt as though he had been hit by a speeding truck, his body flying out like an arrow out of a bow. At the same time, a dense, dark energy began to eat at his skin and the force within his body. Lionel grunted, a surge of vital star force rushing through his body and crushing the death pulse force. He spun through the air, trying to regain his bearings. However, before he could, Harmony appeared above him, her scythe swinging down like the vicious stinger of a scorpion. Lionel's expression remained cold and indifferent, his spear piercing upward. His blade seemed to draw a line in the skies. Even in such a compromised position, he didn't seem to lose any momentum or torque at all. Bang! Their blades crossed, but Harmony pulled back faster than usual, suddenly kicking down toward Lionel, her bare heel colliding with his sternum. Lionel's body shot downward like a meteor, a harsh whistling sound echoing through the surroundings. Just as he was about to land on the ground, he flipped, landing heavily on his feet. All around him, the earth shattered and crumbled. Up in the skies, high above, Harmony spread out her arms and legs like a starfish, her scythe being held tightly in one hand as she free fell. The wind rushed by her and fluttered her robes, a malevolent expression on her face as her tall horns suddenly began to spark. At first, it just looked like subtle arc-soft lighting, but very quickly, it was as though the void had been torn apart and a small rotating black hole-like sphere took form, pulsing every time it expanded in size. In just a few breaths, it was over 10 meters in diameter, and Harmony opened her soft cherry lips once more, her veil wildly flapping in the wind. A sonorous call echoed, and the pulsing black sphere suddenly appeared on the ground right above Lionel, crashing down with a speed that was nigh impossible to react to. Lionel felt as though an entire world had suddenly, and lakes began to tower into the skies, forming tsunamis that flooded the surrounding green forests. The magnetic poles were knocked out of alignment, causing the perpetual spring-like temperatures to shift, forming a deathly heat in some regions and a frosty cold in others. At the same time, unearthed volcanoes began to erupt and earthquakes ravaged the surroundings. It felt as though if Harmony's target was the planet itself, and not Lionel, she could have wiped it all out with just that blow alone. Harmony was enveloped by the pillar of her own attack, but she continued to descend, her scythe slicing downward and splitting it into two. Her gaze was filled with a fiery light. She wanted Lionel's head. She hit the ground. Bang! Roar! Her palms slapped together, catching Harmony's scythe blade before it could descend any further. The claps echoed like the roars of thunder. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1793. Published at 19th of April, 2023. 10:46 and 29 seconds a.m. Chapter 1793. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button. Again, 1793 defensive path. Lionel's three-headed and six-armed dark gold panda construct roared, the bellow of chest dispersing the death pulse force in the surroundings. 4 of its palms clasped around the scythe, stopping it in its tracks. Its remaining 2 palms struck out at the same time, aiming for Harmony's body without the slightest care for preserving her life. Harmony was stunned for a moment with the sudden appearance of the panda construct. She felt that there was a familiar aura coming from it, but it was too different from the Aurora black panda lineage factor she was familiar with. If she had time, she might have been able to deduce what was happening, but before she could, those 2 palms had already appeared before her. Harmony's surprise turned to a sneer. A construct made of force was what she feared the least. Second before her death pulse force corroded all the force it was constructed out of. However, before her death pulse force could cause Lionel's panda construct to collapse, Lionel's lips moved. Lotus domain. Harmony's pupils constricted. The change was almost instant. The death pulse force she was so proud of became a force she couldn't even recognize, turning from a silvery black to a radiant white gold. The white gold force exuded a surging vitality and life force that completely countered her death-type force. Bang! The 2 palms landed on her body. With the size of the panda, each was 3 feet long alone, so it truly felt as though her entire body was suddenly being ravaged. The air was entirely knocked out of her body, and she shot backward, leaving fiery streaks in the skies. What shocked Lionel, though, was that she managed to hold onto her scythe, flying backward with a tight hold on it. Even so, Lionel's starry light domain activated, and he appeared above her flying body in a single instant, striking down with a rain of palms. She managed to block a few, but once again, Lionel's last 2 palms were her downfall. They grabbed her 2 legs with a great force as though he would rip her apart from the bottom up. However, Harmony's body was far too sturdy. So instead, Lionel's panda construct's torso torqued, swinging Harmony upward before throwing her down to the ground with a vicious momentum. Blood flew from Harmony's lips, her body curving into a U shape. Her body looked far too fragile to withstand such a beating. Lionel stood above, his lotus domain still suffocating Harmony's death pulse force as his emulation spatial forces urged to form his white gold spear. His absolute spear domain erupted with such a blinding light that the entirety of his panda's construct was swallowed up by the rotating gold cyclone. He pierced downward with all the momentum he could muster, space trembling and cracking beneath his might. Suddenly, screech! A malevolent dark force rose into the skies. Lionel felt as though his spear construct had entered a quagmire it was unable to extricate itself from. His pupils constricted. Shadow Sovereign. Lionel had expected this to be a possibility. The concentration of Shadow Sovereign talents that the 3-finger cult had were far too many, and he had a feeling that Harmony's use of it in her shadow world was on a completely different level. Harmony vanished from the ground in a swirl of darkness, appearing in the skies with 9 pulsing black holes hanging around her body. Even standing a measure away, Lionel felt as though his force was being forcefully snatched and twisted into a vast nothingness. His expression couldn't help but turn serious for the first time. Shadow Sovereignty had many paths. Blackstar had the greatest ability to bolster his mimicry by feeding the blood he had to this point. Harmony seemed to be most talented in the defensive path, but it wasn't just that. Boom! At that moment, the 9 black holes rotated and a familiar force shot out at Lionel, appearing before him in the blink of an eye. Lionel recognized it almost immediately. This was the very same force he had just applied to his spear strike. Now it was coming back at him even faster than before. Lionel's panda construct roared, swinging out 2 pairs of arms to the side and forming a large amount of dark blue force. Lionel's gaze flashed, and he completed a magic art, taking the formed Void Star Force and forming them into a pair of shields. If members of Shield Cross Stars had been here, they would have felt that this shield looked eerily familiar. However, in comparison to theirs, Lionel's was hundreds of times more powerful. How could it not be? It was formed using the strongest water force in all of existence. Boom! Lionel's shield shuddered for only a moment before they dispelled the attack. But in that next instant, Harmony had appeared to his side. It seemed that even if she focused on this aspect of her shadow sovereignty, it didn't mean that she couldn't use the other aspects. In fact, with her talent, she might not have any weaknesses whatsoever. Harmony looked like the incarnation of a demon warrior goddess, her white gown streaking with black fog and her golden irises turning into a fierce dark gold, while the whites of her eyes turned entirely dark. Even the scythe in her hands was now pulsing with black veins. When she swung down, space shuddered and collapsed, the single line of crimson blood trickling from her cherry lips seeming to be particularly tragic. But even so, her strength was menacing, and her backdrop was the eruption of pillars of lava. Dying. Her voice was entirely ice-cold, the harmony seeming to make her strike even more powerful than before. Lionel pierced outward to meet her scythe with the hands not holding his twin pair shields, but his brows jumped almost instantly. Her scythe passed through his spear construct as though it wasn't there, even severing his panda construct in two and aiming right for his real body. Lionel roared and thrust out with his real spear, but it almost instantly cracked and then split in two, the scythe continuing toward his head and chest. Chapter 1794, published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 29 seconds a.m. Chapter 1794. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1794. Radiance. Lionel's heart skipped a beat. He could vaguely feel the power of Harmony's strike, but the scariest part about it was the fact that much of it seemed to be hidden in a completely separate dimension. This was an incredibly profound strike, a singular strike that let Lionel know that Harmony's current weapon mastery was even beyond his own despite his own improvement. Somehow, she had layered her real self and her shadow, attacking at once in both the real world and the shadow world. As a result, her strike was twice as powerful as it should be. On top of that, her force manipulation had reached a realm where she could fuse her darkness force and her death pulse force. One worked in the void, swallowing everything, while the other worked in reality, crumbling all force it met. Together, they were too profound for Lionel's current Lotus domain to undo, and the result. Lionel shot backward, striking with his fifth and sixth palms at the air to gather up the momentum he needed to move. But even so, he was a step late. The scythe sliced through half of head, and through his chest Evans he continued to move backward. Harmony's gaze was malevolent as she watched Lionel shoot backward. That strike would have been enough to kill any other enemy. She stood in the skies like a deity, her white hair fluttering and wisps of fog dancing out from the edges of her eyes. Boom! Lionel crashed against the ground. A ghastly wound descended from his forehead down through his chest and even his heart. Harmony snorted and turned to leave, her anger still not quite satiated. But she had already wasted enough time here. She needed to leave. However, before she could take a step, a surge of life force caused her head to snap back. Her eyes widened as Lionel stood to his feet, instant recovery still rotating around him. As the radiant white gold force fell onto him, Lionel roared, a pulsing halo appearing above his head and a shining golden spear crown appearing at the center of his forehead. Lionel's halo began to descend down his body, reaching his feet and bouncing upward to slowly manifest the image of an armor that caused the air to tremble and quake. Bits and pieces of the armor opened and closed as though it was a living, breathing entity, plumes of force jetting out from its joints and causing space to vibrate. The armor looked as though it was formed of polished pearls, reflecting a milky whiteness in some regions and a delicate jade color in others. Where Lionel's mouth should be, there were pulsing air vents. Every time he took a breath, cyclones of wind would form in all directions, causing the runes on the armor to light up as they flooded his body with the vitality it needed. Lionel held his broken spear in his hands. After a moment, He flipped them into the air, allowing them to vanish in a thin air, only to be replaced by a solid black rod. The force in the surroundings shook. It felt as though every breath Lionel took, a strong tide would surge toward him, as though all the force in the world was in complete harmony with him. Lionel spread his arms wide, a tsunami of force rushing toward him and lifting him into the air as the vents on his armor continued to open and close, their countless moving parts making it look like a true symbiotic existence. Boom! The skies cracked as 3 shimmering blue stars appeared to Lionel's back. With every rotation, an additional flood of vital star force would fill Lionel's armor, causing the runes to glow with a more permanent light and the pale jade to turn into a roval blue. Lionel took a step forward and he vanished. When he appeared again, his black rod was already piercing forward. The black fog that perpetually hung around it quaked to life, rotating fiercely and forming a drill bit that sliced space itself apart. Harmony reacted quickly, swinging her scythe to meet Lionel's spear, but the strength of Lionel's strike caught her completely off guard. For a moment, she thought she was facing someone entirely different, someone with the strength of a descending mountain. Her body was sent flying. It felt as though their blades had just crossed, but in the single blink of an eye she had already been buried in the earth below. Her eyes widened with shock. The drill on the tip of Lionel's black rod dispersed before accumulating again. A menacing blade formed before it grew explosively in size. In just a breath, it had already grown to over half a kilometer long, towering into the skies. It would have completely dwarfed Lionel's figure, if not for how bright the blue stars to his back were. Lionel roared, his spear force surging to coat the enormous blade as he swung downward. There was simply nowhere to dodge. Screech! Harmony's lips part, and she released another devastating banshee-like scream. This time, it left tears in space itself, the rippling lines of sound barrier shattering, leaving glass-like shards of space sprinkling out in all directions. The ground around her shattered, and the planet seemed to be on its last legs. Harmony was swallowed up by the enormous blade, being forced to tunnel through the earth out of no will of her own. Blood flowed from her lips, but the coldness in her gaze only grew. With a flash, she vanished, thinking to take Lionel off guard. She appeared right to his side, and it was entirely too late to retrieve such a large blade. However, how could Lionel fall for the same thing twice? Harmony had only just appeared when she found a fist twisting into her gut. It was almost as though she had delivered herself to be hit. Plumes of vital star force jetting out from the elbow joints of Lionel's divine armor, causing his arm to bulge and his power to skyrocket. Boom! The sound of the collision was akin to a clap of thunder. Harmony finally felt her ribs shatter, shards of bone skewering her inner organs through. Lionel's fist twisted once, grinding in her body before she flew out so far that she soared into orbit. Lionel's starry light domain bloomed, his range expanding by over 1,000 times the usual, reaching a point where he was capable of enveloping the entire planet. His half-a-kilometer-long blade vanished into thin air, and he appeared in the depths of space, his hand having grabbed onto a handful of Harmony's hair. She hung limply, blood falling from her lips in a flood. Her gaze was in somewhat of a daze as her mind turned to fog. She couldn't remember whether she was in battle or not, her pain clouding her thoughts in confusion. Suddenly, Harmony seemed to snap awake. "Leave me alone," she suddenly shrieked. Lionel thought that she was speaking to him until his lock on her soul heard something odd. "You'll lose without me." The moment the voice that sounded eerily similar to Harmony's sounded, an eruption of white force surged from her, sending Lionel's hand flying upward. If not for the protection of his armor, he might have lost it entirely along with his arm. At that moment, Harmony's eyes opened, her gaze sharpening. One of her eyes had lost its whites completely, falling into darkness with irises of dark gold. The other shone a blinding white light with irises of pure gold. The oppressive aura of a sovereign descended again. Radiant sovereign. Within his helmet, Lionel's brows jumped. Chapter 1795. Published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 29 seconds a.m. Chapter 1795. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1795 natural, light. Lionel's gaze sharpened. This feeling, it was a lot more similar to Anya. Were they not twins? No, this was definitely a different woman. He wouldn't make a mistake about that. Lionel knew there was no coincidence that Anya's twin was here. It was clear and obvious to him that Anya must be a member of the Three-Finger Cult. This also made him recontextualize everything she had ever said to him, even down to her saving that he was supposedly dangerous. Just as Lionel was thinking, a piercing light suddenly appeared before him. Lionel's reaction speed couldn't be compared to before. He struck out with a palm, 2 more stars appearing to his back. These carried a dense, dark, bluish-black color, rippling like the ocean waves in the depths of the night. Boom! The pillar of light shattered beneath Lionel's palm strike, the arm of his divine armor rippling like water. Despite the power of the strike, Lionel didn't take even a single step back as he perfectly dispersed its strength. But even so, his expression was serious. That casual attack was on the same level as that profound scythe strike from earlier, and yet she had done it without much effort. Lionel suddenly understood at that moment that if Harmony had the other half of the Northern Star lineage factor, her power would be absolutely unprecedented. A shadow and radiance sovereign in the same body. She was a monster. There were no shadows without the light. Light couldn't be bright without the darkness of night. When the two came together, they amplified and fed off one another. Even if Harmony used no other abilities, her strength had increased by over 10 times with absolute ease. Harmony's chest expanded, and she suddenly unleashed a mighty cry. It sounded like a phoenix calling down the might of the skies, her small body causing a sound that resonated across the solar system as though she wanted every existence to bow down to her reign. Under the blinding light, her injuries healed almost instantly. The sound of her cry made Lionel's body rattle within his divine armor. If not for the very well have just experienced his heart rupture. Clang! A white chain suddenly manifested from the black holes surrounding Harmony. It was so fast that Lionel could react in time. He barely managed to put a hand up and block with his forearm, flooding his armor with Void Star force and wanting to repel it. However, the chain coiled around his arm as though his Void Star force wasn't there, restraining and forcing it down. Lionel felt a strong force pull him toward Harmony. Without hesitation, he roared. The vital star force pumping through him became like a crimson tide. The jade portions of his armor, which had turned a radiant blue, now became a bloody crimson. With a tug of his arm, the chain shattered beneath his might, but by that point, Harmony's scythe had already appeared before him. Lionel's other arm had swung down to meet her blade, his black rod forming a sharp edge that snaked forward. Just as the two blades met, Lionel sidestepped, causing Harmony's strike to become a glancing blow. At the same time, his free hand rotated through the air, the Void Star force that had been accumulating becoming even heavier as he struck outward. Harmony removed a hand from her scythe, countering with her own palm. Boom! Their palms couldn't even meet, separated by a wild fluctuation of force. Both sides seemed to carry an oppressive, void-like energy, swallowing everything in its path and wanting to devour the other whole. The two were forced into a quick retreat, but they instantly stamped down against the air, surging forward and clashing once again. Their blows deformed the atmosphere, collapsing mountains beneath and causing vacuums of air that wiped out entire regions. Harmony suddenly vanished in a beam of light, appearing to Lionel's side. Lionel's brainstem lit up with a silver-gold color, his emulation spatial force activating as his hundreds of clones, each of them swinging forth with a towering spear force. Harmony continued to swing as though she didn't see them at all, clashing with Lionel and hooking her scythe into his guard and pulling his spear down. At that moment, Lionel's clones all attacked at once, their spear force riddling Harmony with holes. However, each and every hole fluttered with a black fog, as though Harmony wasn't a corporeal existence anymore. Lionel released one of his hands from his spear, escaping from Harmony's hook attack and pulling back. But in retreating, Harmony's golden irises flashed, attacking Lionel's now open chest. Another beam of white light appeared before him, smashing against his broad chest. Boom! Lionel was sent flying back, his body torpedoing into the ground. Harmony stood in the skies, her arms raised and her mouth open as yet another cry echoed. The skies quaked and the oceans overturned, the pillars of lava growing in size as though in response. At that moment, the skies flipped toward absolute darkness on one side and a bright day on the other. Harmony's strength multiplied many times over. Even as Lionel burst out from the ground without the slightest scratch on him, her strength continued to multiply. Natural light realm. The universal force fell in tsunami-like waves. It felt as though all the universal force this region had to offer was being siphoned for the personal use of Harmony. Lionel took a breath and exhaled, entering an unprecedented state of calm. To his back, the radiant stars continued to pulse, but now the crimson aura of his divine armor slowly became overwhelmed by a deep violet color. The final stage of Lionel's star fusion technique. King's Might. BLM. All of the chaos of the world seemed to vanish. The oceans became still, the pillars of lava calmed. The thunderous skies fell into silence. Dense violet fog billowed from Lionel's body. He took a breath, and the vents of his helmet emitted a pale violet steam. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1796. Published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 30 seconds a.m. Chapter 1796. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1796 voice disperse. At that moment, the split skies vanished. The endless darkness of one side and the bright day of the other disappeared under a single word. Lionel took a step and appeared before Harmony. Their cold gazes met as his spear struck out. A river of violet seemed to follow the thrust of his spear, the clouds splitting and the earth ripping beneath his feet. A lovely symphony played within the layers of his force, appearing before Harmony in the blink of an eye. Harmony raised her scythe to block, but it didn't seem to matter. Her wrists went numb, and her shoulders were nearly ripped from their socket, and yet she oddly wasn't sent flying backward. It was as though the laws of physics had entirely changed to be suited to the will of a single man. Lionel unleashed a flurry of attacks. Each one Harmony was forced to take the full brunt of without the ability to take even a single step backward. Her inner organs rattled and her bones fractures. Blood oozed from her lips, and the suffocating presence before her only became more unyielding and towering. All of a sudden, Harmony froze, and it all hit her at once. Her clothing exploded to pieces, and her scythe cracked. It felt like, until now, she had just been facing the build-up of momentum before it was all unleashed at the same time, ripping her nearly to shreds. Boom! Harmony crashed into the ground, and Lionel appeared to her sides, though he had been there from the very beginning. The wind seemed to be entirely still around him, the only sound coming from the breathing of his armor, billowing violet fog reminiscent of a descending nebula filling his surroundings. Lionel reached down and pinched Harmony's finger, pulling the ring out of it. He looked toward the ring before looking toward her indifferently. The last time Lionel had used star fusion, King's Might, it was in his battle against Miguel. But the him of now and the him of back then couldn't even be placed within the same sentence. He might as well have been an entirely different person. Not to mention the fact his vital star force was purer and more powerful, being supplemented directly by his stars having entered the heavenly body realm. And his comprehension of King's Might was on an entirely different level. Star fusion already allowed him to break the limits of his body by filling it with a body-type life force specifically known for its vitality. Anyone with a high affinity for vital star force would be a naturally strong person. If one was born with such an innate node, they would definitely have something akin to inborn divine strength. Lionel didn't have such a thing, but what he did have was arguably even better than that. Setting aside his stars, his divine armor was on a completely different level. It had a symbiotic relationship with him, no different from an innate node, and its affinity with life force, water force, and related forces was entirely off the charts. Any vital star force it absorbed without having 100-fold the effect it would have on just his body alone. But what was even more devastating for Harmony was that this wasn't even his strongest divine armor. Of his three, this one was the weakest. If this one had 100-fold effect, the second had a 1,000-fold effect, and the final one had a 10,000-fold effect. What was of most importance here, though, was what would happen with King's Might applied to this. Emperor's Edict allowed Lionel to bend reality to his will. When King's Might and Vital Star Force were fused, Lionel's innate ability to break the laws of reality were applied directly to his body. This would allow him to do something like delay the true strength of his strikes by just enough that they would fuse together and be unleashed at once, seemingly one-shotting a genius on Harmony's level. Star fusion is too excellent of a technique. I need to study Camelot's magic system more to see if I can create a night technique that is suited to Void Star Force as well. If I can do that, the power of my divine armor will multiply several times beyond what it is now. It wasn't that Lionel hadn't thought of this before, it was just that it was very troublesome. When Lionel created Star Fusion, he was in a region where no other force but Vital Star Force existed. On top of that, he had months of time where he was constantly thinking of ways to improve his strength using this force. Lionel didn't have an equivalent region comparable to the Dimensional Cleanse trial world for Void Star Force, so he couldn't guarantee such a thing. He would simply have to set this aside for now and wait for an opportunity. Either way, he had proved that this path of his divine armor was the right path. It had never felt so powerful before, but now it was well and truly like a divine armor. Lionel wondered what he should do with Harmony. He could kill her and use her soul to extract the information he needed. She should have an incredibly high standing in the Three-Finger Cult, given everything. There was also the option of leaving her alive, as she could potentially be more useful as a slave if he branded her like she did the others of the Etching Metal Organization. If she was a soul, she would only last 24 hours. But if she was alive, he could make use of her indefinitely, though she would also be a ticking time bomb. Lionel was pretty confident in defeating her. As things went, he hadn't used anywhere near all of his strength, though it had been a tough battle. But even so, having a potential backstabber waiting for him to slip up in the shadows wasn't exactly heartwarming either. Just as Lionel was about to make a choice, the spatial ring in his hands vibrated and his eyes narrowed. He took out what looked like a communication device and poured his force into it. He smirked inwardly, wondering what would come out of the other side. But surprisingly enough, it was a familiar voice. "Hello, Lionel. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time." Chapter 1797. Published at 19th of April, 2023, 10:46 and 30 seconds a.m. Chapter 1797. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again. 1797. Breathe life, Anya, Lionel said lightly. An airy laughter came from the other side. She seemed genuinely happy that Lionel had remembered her despite the coldness in his voice. As for that part, she didn't seem to have noticed it at all, or maybe she had ignored it on purpose. "I'm happy that you remember me, but you seem to have gone back to your old habits. Didn't we already have a conversation about your coldness? I thought you had changed for the better. Is this your way of reminding me of the 2 favors I owe you?" Lionel replied, just as coldly. "If you choose to take it that way, you can. But I have to try to save my own little sister, no? Wouldn't you do the same?" Lionel remained silent. The answer to that question was obviously yes, but the circumstances didn't allow him to directly admit such a thing. And he also wasn't some sanctimonious individual. He wasn't about to let someone so dangerous off just because he owed her sister a couple small favors. Those matters were so minuscule that unless someone had memory on the level of Lionel, one would be hard-pressed to remember that such a thing had happened at all. Lionel could almost feel Anya smile through the phone. She didn't seem put off by his silence at all. She seemed to be too relaxed for someone who should have been worried about her sister's safety. "It seems that you don't like me very much. That's unfortunate. I thought that we were friends." Anya didn't seem to be faking it, but Lionel also wasn't the type of person to be easily swayed by such things. As far as he was concerned, Anya was his enemy so long as she dared to stand on that side. When they first met, she had already threatened him. In context, her saying that he was dangerous was no different from wanting his life. It meant he was a threat to their ultimate goals, a roadblock along their path, and usually such things had to be removed no matter what. "I understand if you hate me, but if you could please spare my little sister, I would be endlessly grateful. If she cannot beat you now, it is unlikely that she will ever be a threat to you. Please let her go." Lionel didn't respond. Was he a child? He could tell that Harmony hadn't known how to use her radiant sovereignty to even a fraction of its ability. The best attack she could muster was a beam of white light, and the best thing she got out of it was the amplification of her shadow sovereignty, even allowing her to exist within the shadow realm while attacking, which was how she had managed to ignore all of his clones. If she used this loss as a catalyst to work on her radiant sovereignty more, instead of ignoring it for whatever reason, her power would increase by reaching the same level of mastery with it as she had with her shadow sovereignty. Her strength wouldn't just be a few times stronger. On top of that, if she ever managed to get her hands on the light half of the Northern Star lineage factor, even Lionel wouldn't be sure of whether he could defeat her through normal means or not. Releasing such a person was absolute nonsense. "I will not let her go. I will let her live, considering this repayment. The slate is now clean." Lionel's force dispersed, and the communication was severed. He bent to a knee and pressed a finger against Harmony's forehead. A surge of violet fog condensed into a seal that entered her ethereal glabella. At the same time, Lionel's emulation spatial force shone and perfectly camouflaged the seal. Although he was confident in his own abilities, there was nothing wrong with an added layer of protection. He didn't know what special abilities Harmony might or might not have. After he was done, he tossed her into a snow globe and walked toward the Flora family's estate. Quite a number had been affected by the battle, but if they were smart, they should have evacuated. The planet likely wouldn't be habitable again for a long while unless someone powerful acted to personally fix it all. It wasn't long before Lionel found the remains of the Flora family still trying their best to escape. Although they had warships, having used some of them to attack Earth, the logistics of such a quick evacuation was complex, and there would always be fools unwilling to leave behind their valuable possessions, only to end up bringing along too much. When the remains of the Flora family saw Lionel, their hearts shuddered, and they seemed to only become more afraid after he allowed his armor to fade into his body. For some reason, his real face was even scarier. However, when Lionel started helping with the evacuation, they didn't know how to feel. None of them dared to say anything. This was a man who could destroy their home with just the residual strikes of his battle. If he really wanted to destroy them, it would be as easy as flipping over a palm. With Lionel's existence, none dared to make a fuss anymore, many even directly leaving their belongings by the roadside to scurry into the warship. It was as though they all had a tacit agreement not to waste Lionel's time. Not long later, Lionel sat in a room across from the three head elders of the Flora family. They all had their heads down, not daring to meet his gaze. None even brought up compensation for the destruction of their planet. Lionel had met those people head-on, and presumably since he returned, he had dispatched them. How could they dare to go against him now? "You're half of the inheritance. Explain it to me. What abilities does it give you?" "This." The three-head elders smiled bitterly. It seemed that Lionel meant they had no chance at keeping their inheritance. They had let their ancestors down. "We can breathe life into our affinities." "Explain," Lionel said. Elder Sherry hesitated before she shook her head. "In my youth, I liked cherries, so I chose to assimilate with a cherry tree. It was just an ordinary cherry tree when I first got a hold of it, but I was able to change its destiny with my choice. It went from a fourth-dimensional tree to now having sixth-dimensional strength after it reached maturity. Lionel frowned. Was he wrong? Had he been incorrect about the correlation between this inheritance and the Morales family? Or was he missing something here? And why were they having such a hard time explaining what their own lineage factor could do? Chapter 1798. Published at 21st of April, 2023, 9:56 and 15 seconds a.m. Chapter 1798. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1798. Confusion continue, Lionel said. It was rare for him to not understand something, but for what he could tell, the confusion wasn't coming from himself, but rather the Flora family's inability to explain their own lineage factor. What shocked Lionel wasn't just that they were so clueless, or even that these were supposedly the most experienced of them all, but that they could be so powerful even while having such a poor comprehension of what their lineage factor should be able to do. For context, one could take the Luxnix family to the three-pillar sector, Earth's home sector, just before Lionel had been sucked into the Cataclysm Zone. The Luxnix had been the most powerful existence there was. They had built this reputation not only by destroying the Montax and the Viola families, but it was also because of their exceptional lineage factor as well. They had a six-dimensional lineage factor, but the Luxnix family had squeezed every ounce of potential it had out of it. They had created a large number of techniques and had even built up an entire force art system off the back of it. It could be said that among all the families of the human domain, even though the Luxnix was nowhere near the most powerful, when it came to this, they were on top. This was the only reason a family with a mere six-dimensional lineage factor could have dreams of progressing to the seventh dimension. If not for their success in these aspects, they would have never had so much success. All things considered, the Flora family was inferior to the Luxnix family, but more than just a few steps as well. But the difference wasn't exaggerated to the point that the Flora family couldn't see the peak the Luxnix family stood on. One family had unearthed all of their potential. The other couldn't even properly explain how their lineage factor worked. The difference was striking on one hand and not striking enough on the other. When Lionel put this into perspective, he realized that what the Flora family had on hand was likely not so simple at all. In fact, it might have been more of a curse than a blessing that they had ended up with an entire half of the inheritance. At the very least, although the descriptions of the Midas and Radix families were poor, it was still enough for Lionel to draw some small conclusions. It was clear that breaking up the lineage factor into more easily digestible bits and pieces had done them good. But even so, they could barely fight off the Flora family. If Lionel was correct, if the Flora family could grasp at least some of the secrets of this lineage factor of theirs, then they might be able to catch up to the Luxnix family. If they went a few steps beyond that, they should be comparable to the middle levels of the seventh-dimensional families, and that was just with half of the inheritance. Sherry looked toward the others. After hearing that Lionel wanted them to continue, she felt somewhat embarrassed. She had lived well over 100 years already. It was nothing but embarrassing to not be able to describe her own abilities to someone who was effectively a child in her eyes. She hoped that she would get help from her counterparts, but they avoided her eyes. Clearly, they felt that they couldn't do better than Sherry's original explanation. Usually when facing youths of their family, they might be able to spew some nonsense that sounds profound and trick them into going away. But not only did they not dare to do such a thing with Lionel, even if they did, with Lionel's intelligence, he would easily be able to tell that they were spewing bullshit. They had learned of Lionel's intelligence personally decades ago. They had mostly shrugged it off before, but sitting before him now, they felt the need to accept every legend they had heard as the absolute gospel. Sherry took a breath and tried to calm herself. Realizing their dilemma, Lionel realized that it was useless to press like this. Instead, he asked a different question. Before your family gained the inheritance, what were your abilities like? What about you is allowing you the ability to use this lineage factor in the first place? Sherry felt like a weight was being lifted off of her shoulders when she heard this question. She had thought that Lionel might kill them if she couldn't answer his question properly. Before we gained the inheritance, we had a strong wood-force affinity. Lionel's gaze narrowed when he heard this. As he knew, wood-force didn't exist naturally on its own. It was a fusion of earth, water, and life forces that manifested in this way. That was where plant-manipulating experts usually gained their abilities. He also wasn't a great fan of the wood force purely because of the evergreen religion. However, according to what we know, after we gained this inheritance, it evolved. Before, our abilities could be said to have been at a fifth-dimensional level, but afterward, it increased to near the peak of the sixth dimension. We went from a small family in our galaxy to the peak family. Lionel fell into his thoughts. If they had such an affinity before, could it be that the half of the inheritance had nothing to do with wood force and other plant forces to begin with? Could they be conflating their evolution in strength for something directly related to the inheritance itself? It was possible, but Lionel had a hard time believing that these people would be so foolish. Even if they were confused initially, it shouldn't have persisted for so long. It was more likely that the reason for the confusion stemmed from the fact that the former Flora family's lineage factor and the inheritance were very much related, and not just in one or two ways. After some thought, Lionel looked toward Harmony's ring. The main inheritance was in there. Chapter 1799, published at 21st of April, 2023, 9:56 and 15 seconds a.m. Chapter 1799. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again 1799. Confusion. 2. Lionel flipped a palm and took out a perfectly round wooden ball. It was about 6 inches in diameter, and it radiated a very slight dark gold fog. "This is your inheritance?" Lionel asked. "What did it look like when you found it?" Sherry smiled bitterly. During their evacuation, this had, of course, been the first thing they went after. But when they got there, they found that it had long since been looted. It looked like that woman had gotten to it without their knowledge. According to our records, there was a large bronze chalice filled with raging red flames. But somehow, the chalice wasn't hot, and the wooden ball that was inside of it wasn't burning. The Midas and Radix family ended up with the chalice and flames. We ended up with the wooden ball. Originally, we thought that we were on the losing end. It wasn't until after a few years that it became obvious that the wooden ball was more powerful than the other two objects combined. Lionel frowned again. That also didn't sound right. From all of his interactions with these three families, they had always said that the Flora family got half, and the other two ended up with a quarter each. In addition, the Midas and Radix were ultimately forced to team up in the end of it all in order to keep the Flora family at bay. But from what it sounded like here, each one of these families actually got a third of the inheritance each. Lionel hadn't been there, but if Sherry's words were correct and the Flora family thought they were on the losing end at first, then it was clear and obvious that even their ancestors had assumed that each piece was a third. It was likely the case that these families had retroactively rewritten history to make sense of why there was such a power disparity among them. In all likelihood, the Flora family was just more compatible with their lineage factor than the other two had been with their portions. Or the abilities of the Radix and Midas families like before they gained this inheritance. We know a little bit less about that, but if I recall correctly, according to the records, the Radix family was a family of crafters, and they were also known for their hidden weapons. They were fairly widely disliked due to the latter, but because of their skill in the former, they were able to maintain their hold on the region. Among the three families, they were by far the most powerful back then. In fact, their power then is about equivalent to what they have now, even without our suppression. They would be much more powerful if not for this. As for the Midas family, they actually weren't human originally. They were a race of sharp-toothed humanoids called the Shark Race. This was what they were colloquially known as since they never bothered to name themselves. After generations of intermarrying with the Radix family, they are practically indistinguishable from humans now outside of the fact that they've maintained their sharp teeth and sturdy bodies. They were more ostracized back then and lived marginally. The zone originally opened up in their territory, and they were essentially forced to share in the end, which is what led to the current result as we see it now. Lionel listened in silence, flicking his wrist and letting the wooden ball spin on his palm, over his hand, before balancing its spinning form on his knuckle and then his finger. The movements were smooth, and he didn't seem to be thinking very hard about them at all. Once again, Lionel gained something very different from these explanations. Simply put, the Radix family might have started as crafters, but they didn't have any sort of variant Earth or life force affinity that would be related to the Radix cube previously. In fact, even without asking, Lionel knew with over 90% certainty that the Radix cube had existed long before the Radix got their hands on the inheritance. By the same token, the shark race Sherry spoke of had, presumably, sharp teeth and astounding bodily strength, but they didn't have any of the fire force affinity that was reminiscent of their quarter of the inheritance. Of these three families, the only one that ended up with a portion of the inheritance that is compatible with them was the Flora family, and, as such, they became the most powerful of the three in short order. But at the same time, this also cursed the Flora family. They found it exceptionally difficult to comprehend the intricacies of their new lineage factor because it was muddled with the characteristics of their old one. And from what it seemed, it manifested differently and along different paths depending on which of them was putting it into action. On the other hand, the Radix and Midas families who hadn't shared such affinities to begin with could pick out the differences with much greater ease. However, the trade-off was that the lineage factors were much weaker in their hands. If Lionel was correct, the Midas family had been able to use their powerful bodies to force the issue, withstanding the fire force until they birthed a natural immunity to it and could eventually swallow flames to strengthen themselves. If not for this, they would have died long before reaching that step. On the other hand, the Radix family was the most clever of the three. Likely knowing they didn't have affinity themselves, they used their Radix cubes as a proxy and fused it with themselves. After succeeding, they too were barely able to use their newfound lineage factor. This all fit together nicely, but Lionel had another question, this one maybe even more important than the others. How did this wooden ball, that chalice, and those flames give a group of people a lineage factor? Were they related to the tablets? Or was this a different method he had never heard of? Lionel chose to not mind it anymore. Sending his internal sight forward, he swallowed up the wooden ball, looking for its secrets. As he did so, the three-head elders didn't dare to breathe too hard for fear of disturbing him. Chapter 1800, published at 21st of April, 2023, 9:56 and 15 seconds a.m. Chapter 1800 audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button. Again, 1800 hard valve. Lionel almost immediately felt a strong rush of life force. After he had rebuilt his metal body, his own life force affinity was exceptionally high, and that was especially so for body-related life forces. Right now, it could be said that his life force affinity was six-dimensional. It should have been nearer the beginning since his metal body was still at Tier 1. But because he had only used pure force crystals, it was no less effective than a peak six-dimensional affinity. The current Lionel was far better in this regard than the formerly fifth-dimensional Flora family. Theoretically, his compatibility with this lineage factor should be even higher. Truthfully, Lionel wasn't all too eager to gain another lineage factor. It would only mean more comprehending he had to do. He had barely brought out a decent amount of potential from the talent he already had, so he didn't want to add more to his plate, at least not normally. However, his instincts kept telling him that these lineage factors were somehow related to this metal synergy lineage factor. And even if it didn't, it might give him some insights that would only help his metal synergy lineage factor in the future. Either way, there was a secret here to be dug up, and he wanted to do so personally. A rush spread through Lionel's body, and he felt a pop in his instantly. His consciousness was seemingly teleported to a new place. When his vision cleared, he found him standing within a forest of golden trees. Lionel reached out and knocked on a tree to his side with a knuckle. His eyes couldn't help but narrow when it came back with a clear metallic ding. He looked up, but to his shock there was no sky. But when he looked down, there was no earth either. It was an odd feeling. At first, he could have sworn that he was standing in the middle of a lush forest, but in an instant, that illusion was stripped away and he found himself in what could only be described as an incomplete world. Lionel pulled his consciousness back, a deep frown on his face. He could feel that something had already taken root in his body, but it was incredibly faint. It would stand incomplete until the wooden ball was fused with the chalice and flames once again. Until then, it would remain a vast, empty darkness which just so happened to have golden trees standing within it in the middle of nowhere. Lionel activated his starry spirit domain and scanned his body, checking for the changes. Unlike others, he had precise replicas of his own body even down to the individual cell, and even further down to the bacteria that called his body home. With this, he could take note of even the most minor of changes. Depending on the lineage factor, it could take root in different places. The bloodstream, the brain, some even created entirely new organs. This lineage factor seemed to take the third choice, somewhat. Lionel noticed almost immediately that there was a new set of valves in his heart. Lionel was taken off guard by this change. This wasn't because of the change itself, but rather because he hadn't even felt the change happened. He had been almost 100% certain that the change would have been more subtle than most could perceive. He involuntarily took a breath in his shock. But in response, something even more shocking happened. His heart suddenly beat so hard and fierce that it echoed in his own ears, the strong batum threatening to deafen him. His blood rushed through his body even faster than before, and a cycle of waste was almost instantly purged by Lionel's kidneys. Lionel's lip twitched. What was this? The Flora family didn't mention this change. Could they just have not noticed? Lionel turned his dream world toward Sherry and the others, scanning them all. They didn't even notice the clear invasion in their privacy, still sitting nervously as though waiting for Lionel to execute them. When Lionel gained back a 3D projection of their inner organs, his gaze flickered. The vitality of this family was off the charts. Let alone an extra pair of heart valves, their hearts were all double the size they should be, with far thicker walls as well. However, they had adapted to it far better than Lionel had. Their hearts were so powerful that they only beat once or twice a minute. Even Lionel, despite his fitness, experienced anywhere between 10 to 20 beats a minute at rest. But what was even more important to point out was that they were nervous. They were sitting on pins and needles, they were sweating, and their heart rates should have been off the charts. And yet even so, 1 or 2 beats per minute was the peak. If they were truly relaxed, would they experience maybe 1 or 2 beats per 3 minutes? 4? Maybe even 5? This didn't seem to have a profound effect on their overall strength, but just in terms of sheer vitality, they were absolutely insane. Lionel couldn't help but think, was this something one could miss? It was possible. The change was so subtle that even Lionel hadn't noticed. But the problem was that over all these years, no one in their family had realized the oddity. Lionel shook his head. I'm still looking at things through the lens of an Earthling. There are countless humans in the human domain. A single galaxy has trillions upon trillions, let alone a sector. The number of evolutionary paths and small tweaks and changes among them would be impossible to count. Even if they eventually noticed the oddity to their hearts, they wouldn't immediately link it to the inheritance. Lionel turned his attention toward the 3D replicas of the 3-head elders, and he slowly began to build a picture of what happened. In the end, it all came together. From the very beginning, their lineage factor was related to their hearts. That was where their vitality came from. Just like Aina, they have a blood force affinity, but they can't extend theirs out of their bodies, and it was very weak before they received this lineage factor. After this lineage factor, though, their vitality skyrocketed and the strength of their hearts multiplied, making their blood force even more potent. Their act of assimilating plant species with themselves and growing it out of their bodies is actually just an act of them sharing the vitality of their blood force with these plants. It had nothing to do with force. No, more accurately, the stage to which the Flora family had awakened, it had little to do with force. As for what's beyond, Chapter 1801, published at 27th of April, 2023, 9:04 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 1801. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1801. Ignorance. Give me a drop of your blood, Lionel suddenly said. Sherry was caught off, but eventually complied. There was nothing that she could do to resist anyway, even if Lionel wanted to do something untoward. She pricked her finger, but before she could take action herself, a strong suction force formed, and the blood appeared in a droplet above Lionel's palm. After a moment, a strong surge of vital star force rushed forward and enveloped the blood. Lionel didn't know a lot about blood force, but just from observing Aina, he had come to understand a few things. The first was that blood force was a vessel and a catalyst in one. It was the container through which life force was sustained, and it was also the method by which those without blood force or life force affinity could passively make use of their own life force. Everyone needed life force to live, much like everyone needed dream force. However, not everyone could make active use of it. This was where blood came into play. Even so, not all blood force was created equal. In fact, there were large gaps. Some people were destined to have stronger bodies, stronger vital signs, and greater vitality than others, and that would be reflected within their blood. Whenever Aina stole the blood force of an individual, she had to take all of these matters into account. Although she could personally increase the output of life force any given drop of blood would output at any given time, there would still be a limit, and that would often be decided by the talent of this target individual in that aspect. Lionel decided, then, to quickly test Sherry and the others, and he found that his hypothesis was correct. Even for just a single drop, the amount of life force that Sherry's blood could withstand was astounding. In fact, her capacity was the equivalent of Lionel's. To put this matter into perspective, Lionel had reforged his body with a great emphasis on vitality and life force, and of course water force, although this was less important now. In doing so, his passive healing factor was off the charts, and the amount of life force his individual droplets of blood could withstand was likewise astronomical. This had a profound impact on not only his life but his stamina as well. Lionel had destroyed 4 great families back to back to back to back, and still had energy left to battle more afterward. In fact, just now he had been in a violent clash with Harmony, and yet his face wasn't even flushed with fatigue. With all of this put into perspective, for Sherry's life force capacity to be the same as his was almost entirely unacceptable. And in fact, it was, of course, there was a glaring elephant in the room. This was just Sherry's capacity, not her actual output. Lionel had to add life force to Sherry to test her true limits, but the Flora family wasn't taking advantage of this at all. Ignorance was painful. One of Lionel's inherent fears was his ignorance, and how it could potentially stop him from reaching his full potential. Now he was seeing in real time how dangerous ignorance was. The Flora family's entire fate was in the palm of his hands, all because they didn't understand how their own lineage factor worked. If they had learned how to do things properly long ago, even the current Lionel wouldn't be able to move them. He would have had to be exceptionally cautious with how he proceeded, but now he could practically do as he pleased. Why did you pick such a weak tree to form a symbiotic relationship with? Lionel asked. Lionel's gaze was still on Sherry's pulsing drop of blood. He wanted to understand the final pieces. He felt like he had about 90% of it that needed to be filled in. It's difficult to withstand anything more. It's always been tradition to pick our life partners after entering the 4th dimension, but picking a life partner requires splitting your life in half. If the partner requires too much, the fusion will fail and both could die. There have been some who have tried to push the limits, but their outcomes have never been good. Lionel nodded slowly. And why don't you switch to a more powerful partner once you're more mature? The relationship is symbiotic by that point. We have yet to create an effective method of separation that doesn't harm both parties. In addition, the plant grows along with you, so it's never been necessary. Lionel didn't say anything, but he didn't agree with this. In fact, with his affinity with life force now, he was beginning to see living beings in general as just an extension of force. And much like force, even if you could take a fifth-dimensional force and have it grow along with you to the seventh dimension, it would ultimately be weaker than a sixth-dimensional force that had done the same. In addition, it would take more effort for the Flora family members to grow. Ultimately, though, this was just an issue of resources and ignorance. If the Flora family was born with higher standing or to a higher world, they wouldn't be limited by their low life force. They would be able to maximize their blood force and fill themselves with vitality. If, for example, they could cultivate a vein of vital star force, this alone would fix all of their problems. And secondly, because they understood too little about how their own lineage factor worked, they hadn't managed to find a reliable method of separating from their original symbiotic partner, whereas Lionel felt that he could deduce such a method in just a few minutes. Lionel fell into his thoughts and tapped his armrest. He originally wanted to destroy the Flora family, but he had already decided against it. The Oryx were unreliable. Not even a word from them. And it also didn't help that he had wiped out so many of their souls from the silver tablet. He would subdue the Oryx in due time. After all, he didn't plan on having them waste the investment he had placed in them. However, in the meantime, the Flora, Midas, and Radix, and especially the Umbra, would be more than good enough. "Bring me 3 of your most talented youths," Lionel suddenly said. Chapter 1802, published at 27th of April, 2023, 9:04 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 1802. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button. Again, 1802 Gray. Wasn't long before 3 youths were brought before Lionel. 2 of them were even older than Lionel himself, but one of them only looked to be about 14 or 15 years old, a cute little girl with bob-cut hair. All 3 were women. It seemed that in the Flora family, this was simply the trend. The women tended to be far fiercer than the men. In fact, Belize, their former matriarch that Lionel had killed, was also a woman. Before her death, she had been the hope of the Flora family to unearth more of their secrets, as her genius had been the underpinning of many discoveries in her lifetime. Unfortunately, she died at Lionel's hands far too soon. Seeing the nervous girl, Lionel smiled lightly. It was too difficult to maintain an air of coldness around a young girl, especially when she looked like she was suffocating. Lionel had never had any younger siblings, but he still had this sort of instinct. "What's your name?" "My name is Gray," she said softly. "And you too?" Lionel asked the 2 older young women. "Rosna, Jean," the 2 replied at almost the same time. "I see," Lionel nodded. "I didn't call you here today for anything nefarious. This should actually be of great help to you. First, tell me what you chose as your partners." The girls blinked for a moment, but complex. Rosna had chosen a breed of white roses known for its sharp and poisonous thorns. It was said that when it was dyed red with blood, it would be at its most dangerous, even giving off a thick fog that could corrode a fourth-dimensional existence to a soppy green liquid in an instant. Jean had chosen a pink lily that was likewise poisonous. However, it had the ability to release a bell-like sound that hypnotized its target, luring into range to be poisoned. It was a long-acting poison that relied on its target being in a trance for a long time. The most interesting of them was Gray, who chose a very odd white-barked tree known for nothing other than its color. There wasn't anything special about this tree, but because Gray had a very weak body, it was the only thing that she could pair with in her youth. After she grew, Gray had overcome this weakness of her body, but she was still stuck with the very same tree. However, instead of giving up, she found methods to mutate and evolve this tree of hers. She was self-pioneering a very new branch of Flora family techniques, which required picking a blank slate partner, which had a myriad of evolution options. The downside was that this target would be exceptionally weak in the beginning, but it would have an infinite potential for growth in the future. Theoretically, in practice, though, Lionel could already see that Gray's white-barked tree had reached its limit. The fundamental nature of the tree was simply too weak. Likely in a few years, once Gray's method failed, she would be cast out as a genius and replaced by others. Of course, Gray had no idea about this. She was still somewhat in her shell because of the poor treatment she had faced in her youth after only partnering with an ordinary tree. She had yet to become used to this top-class treatment that she was receiving and definitely couldn't see what was ahead. Now she wouldn't have to worry about such an outcome. All right, the three of you listen to me very carefully and execute what I say to the letter. First, enter a meditative state and send your internal sights to your hearts. The three girls crossed their legs and sat on the ground, not daring to disobey. Just forming their nodes at the third dimension required this ability, so they didn't find it very difficult to do it all. Regulate your breathing. Good. Now dig deep. You should be able to see a valve connected to the bottom of your heart separate from the others. These are your extra valves. Follow that valve through your heart and spot where it connects to your central nervous system and to your ethereal glabellus. Do you see that? The three girls nodded. They had never had it explained so simply before. And, as the geniuses they were, just this small bit of explanation made them feel as though they had been enlightened by many things. Even the elders who waited to the side felt like their minds were being blown. How had they never realized that their hearts and ethereal glabellas were connected in this way? Good. Familiarize yourselves with that connection, move back and forth, and then practice separating your internal sight from the path and re-emerging at a different and random point. Good. Now practice finding that connection by following the path from your other organs and blood vessels. Lionel took his time and allowed the girls to do this for at least half an hour until they were entirely familiar with this pathway. Good. This pathway that you've just become familiar with, as you probably already guessed, is the line that connects you to your partner. Functionally speaking, your partner forms a glabella, which has a connection to your heart, which supplies it with the life force it needs. If you want to sever this connection, it is not too difficult. The first option is to have dream force affinity. That way the happenings of your ethereal glabella are always 100% in your control. But this is likely not possible for you. The second method is far more accessible, but it requires a large amount of control you should naturally have. It is your blood force. You can decide how it is used and is distributed. So long as you can master this ability, completely separating from a symbiotic relationship will be as easy as thinking about it. In fact, right now, you all are locked into forming just a single partner relationship because you don't understand how to control your blood force to feed more than one partner at a time. If you can master this and make it your own, it alone will ensure that your futures are bright and that your current strengths can skyrocket. However, this is just a single problem. The second problem you face is your limited life force. I can help you fix that as well. There's only one thing I want in exchange: your absolute loyalty. What will it be? Chapter 1803. Published at 27th of April, 2023, 9:04 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 1803. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1803, really? Yes. The words almost spilled out of Sherry's mouth. She didn't even bother to look toward her fellow head elders. Even after all of this time, she still worried that Lionel would turn around and slaughter their family after he got what he needed out of them. So, the moment she heard this, she didn't allow anyone to be foolish and not hesitate. Seward and Roselia looked toward Sherry with surprise. But at this point, they didn't dare to detract even if they had such a thought. If they did, the result would be even worse than outright rejection. Lionel swept a gaze through the head elders and then to Sherry and back. And then he suddenly smiled. There didn't seem to be anything special about the smile, but for some reason it made them feel ice cold. If Lionel had said some stern words just now, maybe they could have handled it well enough. But seeing that smile, that casual confidence, any sign of resistance, they had crumbled to ash. Lionel didn't bother with the old ones anymore, and he pulled out a radiant blue force pill. Anyone with the knowledge would be able to tell that this was a refined demon almost instantly. Back then, Lionel's stomach had almost exploded just eating one, and yet now, he handed such a thing to a 14-year-old little girl without much hesitation. "Swallow it," Lionel suddenly said. Gray blinked but nodded obediently in the end. Her eyes reflected an extremely dull blue that truly did look gray in most lighting. It was a rare color that made her look like an exotic little doll. Seeing her, Lionel couldn't help but think of another little girl, Nana. By now, Nana was probably a grown woman if she didn't die in his massacre, that is. Lionel could neither confirm nor deny if she did. Back then, he was too infuriated to care and directly destroyed the planet the Aderna family had called home. Even if Nana had died, though, Lionel didn't believe that he would feel guilty. If she was present, that meant that she too had participated in the war against Earth. The little girl he had known back then was gone, so one way or another, it didn't matter. Gray opened her small mouth and swallowed the pill whole. Boom! Almost instantly, a wild wave of force shot out in all directions, and a slight hint of pain colored Gray's adorable features. Even so, just as Lionel had expected, she didn't implode, and instead, her aura began to skyrocket at a breakneck speed. This was exactly what the Flora family was missing. They had an enormous vessel, but they had nothing to fill it with. Gray wastingly in the 5th dimension, having barely entered it just recently. She was only at Tier 1, but she could actually withstand the vitality of a 6th-dimensional demon. This force pill was just from the remnant of a human class. Even so, it was on a completely different level. Even the members of the Cataclysm generation weren't as talented as such demons. What shocked Lionel the most, though, was that it took less than a minute for Gray to open her eyes, her large irises blinking with excitement. But due to her usually reserved personality, she didn't dare to make too much noise, so she just beamed from the inside. Although she didn't know what Lionel had just fed her, she could feel that her strength was almost 10 times as powerful as before, despite the fact her dimensional tier didn't increase at all. Lionel gave Rosna and Jean one pill each as well, and they soon experienced the same thing. Their blood flowed like a raging tide, and their body began to undergo many changes. If not for the fact Lionel had taught them how to control their flow of blood for their partners, their plants would have skyrocketed in strength as well. Here, Lionel flipped over a palm and handed Gray a little sapling. This tree couldn't have been more ordinary on the surface, but the aura it gave off was refreshing and vibrant. This was a tree from the 8th-dimensional world of infant now, but in maturity, it called grow to several kilometers tall with ease. Gray's small hands carefully picked up the sapling, a happy little smile causing dimples in her cheeks. Lionel smiled and rubbed her head. "I believe in your path, but your white bark tree is too limited in its growth potential. This tree here was born in an 8th-dimensional world. Although it is very ordinary in all aspects, just this foundation alone gives it the nigh infinite growth potential you need. You won't be limited by your first choice anymore. Although, so long as you master the technique I taught you, you can partner with other powerful plants to supplement your strength." Gray's large eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Really, this was the first time she had spoken without Lionel asking her a question first, which surprised Lionel somewhat. She knew. Lionel's dreamscape sparked. He understood right then that Gray knew that she had already reached the limit of her potential. She was just too scared to tell anyone. This little girl was incredibly astute, and her talent was far beyond what even Lionel had anticipated. Lionel's surprise became an even wider smile. Yes, really. Gray's tears began to fall, but she quickly wiped them away, not wanting to affect the little sapling in her hands. Lionel couldn't help but think that she was too adorable. Let alone this one's appling. He had tens of thousands she had no idea what to do with. After all, The segmented cube was still pretty much a blank slate in this regard. "Thank you," Gray said with a soft voice. Lionel laughed and stood to his feet. "If you want to thank me, grow very strong and powerful. Take good care of your little sapling. In the future, you'll be off-great help to me." Gray nodded surprisingly firmly. Lionel smiled and didn't say anything more. Whether or not she would reach her full potential would be up to her. All right, navigate this ship toward Radix territory. It's time to fully settle things. Chapter 1804. Published at 27th of April, 2023, 9:04 and 56 seconds a.m. Chapter 1804. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button and again 1804 patience, calm, and loyalty. The atmosphere was quite tense. With two enemies being forced to face one another for the first two families, or rather three, had been at one another's throats for centuries, pulling back and forth on one another and sowing grudges that lasted through the generations. Within the crowd, they could spot individuals who had killed their brothers, their sister, their husbands, their wives, their parents, their grandparents. It was a hard pill to swallow. If not for Lionel's existence in the middle of it all, they would have been entirely crushed. Libely, who had lost her own father not too long ago, tried to maintain her calm, but it was obvious that even someone as cold and calculating as her couldn't quite maintain a cool head. She couldn't help but look toward Lionel with a blaming look in her eye. She thought that Lionel had come with intentions to help them eradicate this evil, but he had instead brought their enemies to their front door and was even acting as a shield for them. "What do you mean by this, Lionel?" Libly asked. Although Lionel was indeed a prince, and though he did indeed have a high standing as a matriarch herself, she couldn't take a soft stance against something like this. Also, she hadn't been there to personally witness Lionel's battle against Harmony like the Flora family had been. If she had, there was likely no way she would allow her tone to be so disrespectful. Didn't say anything immediately. He had already known that things would likely be like this. But when there was conflict within an empire's borders, things would always escalate in this fashion. In truth, the true weakness of the Ascension Empire was that they hadn't gained all this territory through their sheer might. They were just lucky enough to be born into an exceptionally talented world, which then proceeded to swallow up the territories of others. As things went, it wasn't exactly wrong for these families and organizations to feel little toward the Ascension Empire other than some fear toward their potential and what the strength they had displayed already in protecting their expanding territory. This also meant that when it came to territories like that of the Radix family or the Flora family, the way they saw things, their territories were still their own to protect or flourish within. They just happened to be under a new umbrella of influence, much like they had been when the Luxniks and the other three-pillar families ran things. Due to this, Libly still felt that it was within her right to make it clear that Lionel had disrespected her by bringing her enemies into her home, when in reality, as a prince, Lionel was just bringing a faction from one section of his territory into the territory of another faction of his empire. Lionel tapped his finger, and a wave of violet kings might spread out in all directions. It was the simplest of his abilities, Emperor's Aura, but it was also the most effective in a situation like this one. It immediately suffocated all opposition and seemed to remind Libly who she was in the presence of. "I'm aware of many things," Lionel suddenly began to speak. "I'm aware that many of you feel discontented about the sudden rise of the Fox family and the Ascension Empire. You feel that everything you've spent generations of blood building is being swept into the hands of another just because they were born into a higher station than you." Many gripped their fists as Lionel spoke, as he seemed to be whispering right into their souls. He was right, but none of them dared to so openly confirm such a thing. However, Lionel's follow-up shocked them. "This much is true. There is no denying any of that. The world is unfair. There is only so much that hard work can do, and working hard isn't something you can have a monopoly on either. You might be working your ass off, but there might be someone twice as talented as you willing to work just as hard, and that person will make it further just by virtue of the fact they're luckier than you are. This is reality. This is how the world works. I take certain responsibilities on my shoulders for no other reason than the fact that I acknowledge myself to be luckier than others. There are probably many people who work harder than I do, but it will never matter because my starting place is so much higher than theirs. This is how the world functions. Lionel swept his gaze through them. He could see bitterness, he could see unwillingness, but most often he saw sighs and acquiescence. Even if it wasn't my Ascension Empire, it would be my Luxnix family. Even if it wasn't my Luxnix family, it would be the Chaotic Water Sector. Even if it wasn't the Chaotic Water Sector, it would be the Constellation Alliances. Even if it wasn't the Constellations, it would be my Morales family. Even if it wasn't my Morales family, it would be the Void Palace. And, if not them, it would be any of the other races who deem themselves to be superior to our human race. Every family and organization Lionel mentioned was more suffocating than the last. Even though these small families didn't understand the weight of what half of these names meant, just the fact they could suppress the Ascension Empire and the Luxnix family was enough for them to understand just how isolated they were. You all lack that luck, the chance to be given a place of high birth. You may never be destined to climb to the top of the dimensional verse. Even I may not be destined to do so. Lionel's gaze flashed when he thought of that young man he saw after climbing to the top of the Bao Pagoda. His gaze flashed again when he thought about his father. And then again when he thought about that mysterious pressure he felt when he thought about the Demoness. But what I can give you all is the lucky opportunity you've been lacking. The only price to pay is patience, calm, and loyalty. If you can pay that, I will give you an opportunity. If you cannot pay that, your road will end here. Chapter 1805, published at 27th of April, 2023, 9:04 and 56 seconds a.m. Chapter 1805. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button. Again, 1805. Glowing Lionel looked toward Libly, who had been forced to bite through several layers of skin on her lips just to maintain her composure before Lionel's Emperor's aura. As a matriarch, there was no other choice for Libly to make. If she made any other choice, it would be nothing short of selfish. Like this, the Radix, Midas, and Flora families were corralled into Lionel's palms, and the inheritance was finally brought together as one. Looking toward the flaming chalice and hovering wooden ball, Lionel felt an odd feeling in the depths of his heart. His dream force affinity could feel a slight pull, as though what was happening now was precisely the intention of someone else. The closer that feeling came, the more fleeting it felt. Lionel could tell that it wasn't meant to be felt, but that feeling of something huge looming over the horizon was becoming more and more suffocating. It pressed down on his chest and threatened to erupt. He had to become stronger, even stronger than he was now. Harmony was a great talent. Granted, he still didn't use his full strength to defeat her, but she had been able to display such prowess and pressure him despite only being at Tier 5. If she was so powerful, what about the other talents the three-finger cult was raising? Lionel took a breath and exhaled. He looked to the side and found Libly holding the hand of a little boy who was maybe 12 or 13 years old. Shockingly enough, though, this boy was already in the 5th dimension. He seemed to be even more talented than Gray. The little boy did look a little odd, though. He had sharp teeth like his father and radiant bronze irises like his mother, but the whites of his eyes were a dark red that made him look particularly demonic. In addition, while Lionel could tell that he was 12 or 13 by the feeling his soul gave off, the little boy was already 2 or 3 inches taller than his mother. Lionel was fairly tall, standing at 69, but the little boy still managed to not be entirely dwarfed in his presence. But at the same time, he lacked the savage look in his eye that other Midas family members had. Instead, his gaze was quite shifty and calculating, like his mother. This little boy was Magaron, Libly and Dinmo's son, and the first child born to their 2 families that could use both quarters of their inheritance. This was the very same child the Flora family had spoken of in their meetings. Magaron looked toward Lionel with curious, unblinking eyes. He was clearly far more outgoing and confident than Gray. But this was to be expected. Gray was treated as an outcast for much of her life. But Magaron had been the pearl in his family's eye ever since he was born. One was raised to be ostracized, while the other was raised to be a king. The difference was clear. To another side, Gray and the others stood. Gray's parents had pretty low standing, but due to their daughter's talent, they had been allowed to come as well. I want you all to feel free to try to sense the true meaning of the combination of these lineage factors. Let its aura baptize you and see if you can gain the complete inheritance. I will heavily nurture anyone who can. As much as I want every person to participate in this, it will likely be difficult given the limited range and the limited number of connections the inheritance can sustain at once. So I will personally pick out 1,000 of you at a time and give you 24 hours. Then I will do the same for another set of 1,000. Lionel chose based on his own comprehension of the inheritances. After seeing Gray and Magaron, he believed he knew what sort of talent it took to benefit from these inheritances. And, unsurprisingly, Gray and Magaron would be among the first branch. It took only an instant for Lionel to complete his analysis and list out a systematic method that would keep them busy for months. Scanning thousands of people at a time and assigning probabilities to their success was all too easy to him, especially since most were at the 5th dimension or lower. Lionel planned to leave these 3 families to their own devices for a couple weeks before checking back to make sure they hadn't slaughtered one another. As for claiming the lineage factor himself, he would of course do so. But first, he was having Anastasia analyze it using a special function of the lab setting. The time investment needed wasn't small. Lionel had only touched the tip of the iceberg in the wooden ball inheritance. Because he only took a step in and immediately left, he had only been granted the absolute lowest level possible, much like most of the Flora family members. If he wanted something deeper, he would have to invest more time. But there was simply too much to worry about, and he also had his tribulation looming over his head. He hadn't forgotten that it was coming up very soon. According to Anastasia, it would take about 90 days to complete the analysis. By then, he would have the information he needed, and he would also be able to find the quickest method of assimilating with the lineage factor as well. In the meantime, he would continue to clean up the Ascension Empire's territory. By now, the noose should be tightening around the necks of his enemies. However, what Lionel didn't expect was that after not even an hour, wild fluctuating auras would begin to emit from Gray and Magaron. The two had been granted the closest seats to the inheritance, and they benefited almost instantly. Lionel, who had been about to leave after assigning his tasks, came to a grinding halt. He looked toward the backs of these 2 young geniuses with a glowing light in his eyes. Chapter 1806, published at 27th of April, 2023, 9:04 and 56 seconds a.m. Chapter 1806. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again 1806. Neglected Gray erupted with a golden flame. At the same time, Magaron's hair began to grow out wildly. At first it was cut quite short, but very quickly it reached his shoulders, then down his back. Then it touched the floor and continued to pool at a faster and faster rate. Lionel didn't say anything as he watched. With his fire affinity, he could tell that those flames from Grev were at all, but rather a physical manifestation of her life force. Somehow, this flame bypassed blood force entirely and allowed life force to be directly used without a medium. It was the purest form of life force in and of itself. Gray's vitality had recently been increased a great deal by Lionel, and as a result, this golden flame burned especially brightly at this moment. In fact, if Lionel was correct, Grev could use this force of external objects, and it may very well be especially potent against flames themselves. On the other side, Magaron's life force seemed to have finally gained an appropriate vessel, and it was flooding out of control, almost as though his body was spiking with growth hormones. It raged to the point Even his eyebrows and eyelashes were growing. Soon, even layers of dead skin began to shed from him, only for newer, shinier skin to grow beneath. He understood. One aspect increases life force. Another increases one's capacity to encapsulate and manipulate life force. The final allows you to transfer life force. But it's also not this simple at the same time. The aspect that increases life force is also a method by which life force can be snatched from others. The method by which life force can be encapsulated was also a method by which you could form a symbiotic relationship with an artificial extension of your body. And the final that allowed the transference of life force outside your body without the need for a symbiotic conception. The aspect which increased life force was the golden flame. The aspect that increased life force capacity was the wooden ball. The aspect that allowed the transfer of life force was the chalice. In other words, the Midas family's lineage factor, the Flora family's lineage factor, and the Radix family's lineage factor in that order. They were all taken to be one. But this still felt like just the surface. There was something deeper here. After all, the aspect of the golden flame worked best on fire. The Midas family wouldn't have been foolish enough to not try it with other things. After all, the shark race hadn't had any prominent fire affinity until after fusing with this lineage factor. The wooden ball clearly works best with living, breathing entities such as plants, or if Lionel's hypothesis was correct, eighth-dimensional materials that could be considered to have stepped into the life grade. And the bronze force of the chalice clearly worked the best with metal, and it very much seemed to be the foundation of all of this. It was the chalice that held the fire and the wooden ball. In addition, back then, the Radix family had been by far the strongest of these three families until the Flora family overtook them. Clearly, the Radix, if they couldn't get their hands on all three, would settle for what they believed was the absolute strongest. The wooden ball, eighth dimensional, life grade. This is years ago. When Lionel first awakened his metal synergy lineage factor, he had sensed the existence of a fifth set of 9 doors, or in other words, an eighth-dimensional tier for his metal synergy lineage factor. Back then, he was ignorant and hadn't thought much of it. It was only now that he understood more about the world that he had also come to understand that this was a tightly guarded secret of the Morales family they didn't allow others to know about. There's another thing of great importance that happened back then as well. The mutation of his metal synergy lineage factor. One was the crimson aura that manifested when he nearly lost his mind, and the second the violet aura that manifested when he dug himself out of the pit he nearly threw himself into. When the elders had seen this violet aura, they spoke words that Lionel hadn't heard. If he had heard them, maybe he would have been able to slide together the final pieces of this puzzle. The violet winds rise north. Lionel's gaze narrowed, but he eventually didn't say anything. Without another word, he turned and left. Did you not say that he was dead? The voice boomed. Although he was somewhat caught off guard, Richard had long since reached a state of absolute calm. It was very difficult for much of anything to rattle him. Is he not? That should explain some things. I felt that something was off. The voice was somewhat irritated by Richard's calmness. By now, they had expected all-out retaliation from Lionel's family, but nothing had come of it. In fact, their other underground workings were being suppressed one after another at the hands of an unknown organization that seemed to be everywhere and nowhere all at once. What do you want to do about this? The voice said after a long while. We meant to be more forceful to begin with. If they don't want to come to us, then we will go to them. Tell the Thrusting Skies sector that it's about time. Eventually, a long enough time had passed that it was clear that they had vanished entirely. Richard didn't say anything, but deep within his placid eyes, there was a cold light. He knew better than anyone why he had been left alive by Lionel. He had been neglected, cast off like a useless pawn the ladder couldn't be bothered to remember about. That rage had long since faded, and the maturity Richard exuded was beyond most his age. However, there was one thing that hasn't disappeared. He would make Lionel pay for underestimating him. Chapter 1808. Published at 27th of April, 2023, 9:04 and 56 seconds a.m., Chapter 1808. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1808. Good luck, Lionel. Return to the etching metal organization. He thought about going to the Rain family, the last family that had attacked Earth back then, but he decided against it in the end. Unlike the Umbra, Midas, Radix, and Flora families, he couldn't promise the Rain family anything that would guarantee their loyalty. They would just be an unwanted variable that might flip at any time. Although it was impossible to avoid traitors amongst the other families, what Lionel could guarantee was loyalty at the most key positions. This wasn't something he could accomplish with the Rain family. This was unfortunate. If Lionel could gather up all 5 of those families, then the Milky Way would have a nice buffer against everyone else. It had to be remembered that the reason those 5 families had attacked to begin with was because they controlled the galaxies in the immediate surroundings of Earth. Controlling those 5 would be as good as ensuring that no one would have easy passage into the Milky Way again, and it also put over 30% of the 3 Pillar Sector's galaxies in the palm of Lionel's hand. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. That said, it wasn't all bad. For one, Lionel would know with 100% certainty where attacks would come from. He would be able to easily filter his enemies toward that direction and thus have the greatest level of preparation. And secondly, if the Rain family did do such a thing, that would give him an above-board reason to simply wipe them out. Lionel stepped foot into the etching metal organization to find a weird atmosphere. When he entered the core regions, he found the reason why quite immediately. On one side of a long oak forge table, there were 5 women. The moment Lionel saw them, he nearly choked on air, only because he felt that this situation might very quickly get out of hand. 3 of the women were familiar enough. They were Aina, Yuri, and Savon. This alone was enough for the place to be a powder keg ready to blow. But, usually due to the fact they were outnumbered, it was a bit easier to manage. But now these 3 had gained Alina and Joyce, 2 girls Lionel was a bit familiar with. They had followed him to planet Luxnix back then to participate in the selection. The 2 were both born on the moon and had the exceptionally pale skin and tall stature that came with it. They were just about as tall as Aina, who was already over 6 feet tall herself. In these years Lionel was gone. Clearly Yuri and Savon had become close with Alina and Joyce. The 4 were in lockstep, and Aina would of course be on the side of her best friend since childhood. Yuri was her sister, and Savon was her closest friend. These things were inevitable. On the other side of the table, there were Lionel's brothers. This much wouldn't be an issue if Lionel hadn't known about what happened between Raj and Yuri. But worst of all, it seemed that Raj and Yuri weren't the only ones with history. Joyce was staring at Franco as though he was her mortal enemy. Her fists glowed with a twinkling light before fading and twinkling again. It looked as though she was really thinking about attacking right here and now. Franco pretended like he didn't see anything, taking a sip at a cup that had little nothing in it. But the sip at the faint strands of droplets remaining seemed to only infuriate everyone else all the more. If Lionel remembered correctly, Joyce had an odd fist ability that allowed her to accumulate force and punch it outward. He assumed that this made her fist force quite powerful. But what was more poignant was the fact that her ability matched her personality quite well. The first time she and Franco met, they had been at odds almost immediately. That was because Franco had insisted on Alina's help during the war against the oceanic beasts. That help had placed Alina in the line of fire, all to save a few young men she had only just met that day. Back then, Joyce had threatened Franco with death, but Franco had said that he would have died long ago if Alina was harmed. Hearing that, Joyce could only let it go. But it seemed that now she had entirely new reasons to be furious. Lionel, however, didn't feel that this was surprising. Franco was most definitely the most perverted amongst them, but he also acted out on his perverted intentions. Back in the academy, he flew through women as easily as turning the pages of a book. Unfortunately for him, Joyce didn't seem like the type to docilely let such a thing slide. At the same time, while Joyce seemed to be deciding whether or not she should commit an act of murder, There was Yuri, who said calmly and without the slightest ripple on her face. From the beginning, she didn't send a single glance toward Raj, as though they didn't even know each other. And while it was Joyce on the women's side that seemed about to explode, it was Raj on the men's side. He looked like he was a step away from ripping a hole through a wall. The cherry on top seemed to be Alina, who kept stealing glances toward Alan. But unlike Yuri, who was purposely ignoring Raj, clearly out of spite, Alan didn't seem to be aware at all. He was entirely focused on a tablet in his hands, calculating several things at once as his fingers flew across the screen. Every time Alina saw that he wasn't looking at her, she would dip her head down in disappointment, only to be back to looking at him a half-minute later. While everything seemed to have gone to shit, there was one light on the horizon. Savon and Joel would smile bitterly toward one another from time to time. As the most level-headed of both groups, the two seemed to have become like two peas in a pod. In a corner, Milan and Gil were having the times of their lives, their snickers echoing slightly before they covered their mouths. The moment Lionel entered, all of them looked toward him at once. Festus patted a hand on his shoulder. "Good luck," he said before rushing away. Chapter 1809, published at 27th of April, 2023, 9:04 and 56 seconds a.m. Chapter 1809. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1809 groan. Representation of Lionel's mother now available on my Instagram at @Auspeck_. Lionel wanted to turn and run as well, but before he could, he sensed a particularly fierce gaze on him. He turned slowly to find his lovely girlfriend showing a radiant smile that most definitely was not a smile. He couldn't quite understand how she could look so beautiful and so menacing at the same time. Yuri looked over toward Lionel with a cold expression. Clearly, she wasn't very happy with the mending of Lionel and Aina's relationship. Savon gave Lionel a light greeting, as did the other girls, but soon afterward, they seemed to forget his presence and go back to what they had been doing before. Lionel coughed lightly, trying to clear the air a bit. If those families could see him now, they'd be speechless. Where was the mighty prince now? Unfortunately, when it came to those he cared about, it was a bit difficult for Lionel to be just as cold-hearted. Luckily, before Lionel had to say anything, a saving grace came. The doors opened and Raylion took a step instead. He swept a gaze for a moment before looking toward Lionel. "The Oryx are here," Raylion said evenly. He didn't seem to notice anything about the weird atmosphere at all. Lionel nodded. He actually hadn't expected this to happen, but he was grateful that it had. He would rather deal with this than relationship drama. Who would have thought that he and Aina would end up with the healthiest relationship here? Or maybe that right went to Raylion and Sale. Lionel turned back and gave Aina a grin before rushing away. "Lionel!" Elther unleashed a happy laugh. He appeared before Lionel in a flash and looked like he was going to give the latter a hug before he suddenly threw out a furious punch. The location was a hidden underground hall of the Etching Metal Organization. The ceiling was incredibly tall, at just about 20 meters. Pillars were located around the region, and it looked much more like a cargo region with vehicles coming in and out from time to time. If there was one thing this region wasn't good at, it was suppressing sound. So from Elther's shout to his sudden attack, it felt like a tornado had rushed into a tunnel, pillaging and ravaging everything. Lionel's eyes narrowed. A dull bronze glow coated his fists as he punched out to meet Elther. Boom! Lionel felt a strong pulsing power travel up his arm, but it was quickly dispersed throughout his body. However, he didn't move a single inch. By the same token, Elther didn't move either, standing straight and tall. Even so, a droplet of blood formed on his knuckles and fell silently to the ground. Elther was clearly surprised by this result. He had expected for Lionel to go flying back like a meteor, but he hadn't thought that Lionel actually wouldn't move at all. In fact, it was he himself who ended up injured in the exchange, albeit just a small measure. "You're so strong." Elther blinked. He had gotten a small rundown of what had happened to Lionel from Raylion, and he had come to understand that Lionel had disappeared for a long while. By that token, he should have gained 10+ years of practice advantage on Lionel. So why were their strengths still so close? If Elther knew that Lionel was actually quite surprised as well, he would have probably cursed the latter to an early grave. Why did Lionel have to be surprised that someone so close to the seventh dimension was just as powerful as he was? Unlike Lionel's brothers, Elther didn't take the conventional path. He followed the God path. In addition, because he had been in the Void Palace during the Cataclysm, while he didn't gain a full 20+ year advantage on Lionel, he had made it up by having quite some gains in the zone. It had to be remembered that before his old man's death, Elther had been given the Oryx Kingdom's world spirit. Clearly, this had benefited him greatly, as even after Lionel resurrected his old man, he refused to take the world spirit back. "I should be asking you that," Lionel said with a chuckle. Elther's expression became somewhat slack-jawed. "What, Lionel fucking with him?" "Fuck you, I didn't enter my true form. Generals make excuses now?" Lionel raised an eyebrow. At that moment, the chuckle of a significantly more mature gentleman interrupted their conversation. Lionel looked over to find King Oryx walking over with a dignified cadence to his steps. He truly looked like a ruler, and he didn't dampen it before Lionel in the slightest. It was clear that he hadn't come here to submit. Seeing his father, Elther's happiness became far more complicated. He felt that he was stuck between two individuals that he quite liked. Though if he told his father this, he would probably get a smack to the back of the head. How could he be struggling in choosing between Lionel and his own father? Well, the answer to that was actually quite obvious to him. His father wanted him to be a king. He didn't want to be one. Lionel, however, gave him a path toward fulfilling his dreams, to become a general of the battlefield. That was all he had ever wanted. Lionel's smile faded as he looked toward King Oryx. Inwardly, King Oryx was actually quite surprised. He, too, had expected that Elther would blow Lionel in the distance. He was well aware of his son's strength, and he had long since become their greatest combatant, and he had never looked back. But Lionel actually took Elther head-on without taking even a single step back. This had caused King Oryx's position to have no choice but to soften. "It seems that you've grown quite well," King Oryx said with a smile. "You seem to have grown very well, too," Lionel said lightly, though his words seemed to have a different meaning entirely. It was hard to tell if he was talking about King Oryx's strength or his guts. King Oryx's smile faded somewhat. He hadn't expected for Lionel to take such a strong stance. His words seemed casual, but in political sense they were hyper-aggressive and might as well have been him throwing down the gauntlet. Chapter 1810, published at 27th of April, 2023, 9:04 and 56 seconds a.m. Chapter 1810. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1810. Too much. King Oryx looked toward Lionel deeply. Elther's lips pressed into a line as he looked back and forth between his father and Lionel. The two didn't seem to have any hatred for one another, but their perspectives were simply different. King Oryx was more than willing to give up his kingdom to his son. After all, Elther was his own flesh and blood. Ultimately, the Oryx were a minority race deep within human territory. It was simply too difficult to entrust their future in the hands of someone who just might abandon them at any time. As for Lionel, he had invested in the Oryx in more than one way. For one, he had resurrected Elther first, and then his father, when he hardly knew either one of them at the time. Back then, it hadn't seemed like a big deal, but now that he had to purge the silver tablet for the sake of saving his brothers, it meant that Lionel had chosen the Oryx over the lives of men and women he had fought shoulder to shoulder with. When things were put into perspective like this, King Oryx's hesitancy was nothing short of a slap to Lionel's face. With Lionel's temper, if it hadn't been for the fact that he had a good relationship with Elther, he would have already taught King Oryx a severe lesson. Lionel wasn't the type of person to hesitate when he made a decision, so it seemed as though he had been incredibly decisive and uncaring when he purged the silver tablet. But the reality was that that was a weighty decision still being born on his shoulders. He could still remember his final moments in that zone, the only true and undeniable loss he had suffered in his life. He knew that it was selfish of him to act as he had. Those people had believed in him. When they died, they didn't know that there was a chance to be resurrected, but if they had known that such a path existed, how would they feel knowing that he had made the decision to not grant them such an opportunity? None of this was King Oryx's fault, but that didn't change the fact that Lionel's fuse when related to these matters was exceptionally short, even shorter than it usually was. King Oryx was an exceptionally benevolent king. He hadn't hesitated to give up his life for a chance to protect his people. He truly had the heart and valiance of a ruler. He was a true man. However, none of this would stop Lionel's footsteps. It was either he was with him or against him. There was no in between. "Child," King Oryx said lightly, "you aren't, as I remember. It seems that this world has ground down your spirit and left behind something far sharper." Lionel replied just as calmly, "If this is what you believe, then there's nothing much that I can say to you." Lionel nodded slightly. "It really isn't something that you can understand. When your Oryx kingdom still stood, you did nothing as the human kingdom grew stronger and stronger. You feared what their king had become and didn't dare to take action, choosing to remain passive. It was only after I took action and forced the issue that you were forced to take action. Ultimately, you lost your life and much of your kingdom. The people you rule now were introduced to you by me. The strength of your favored son is in great thanks to me. Even the breath you breathe now was granted to you by me. So don't you believe it's a bit silly for you to speak to me as an all-knowing senior of some kind?" Lionel's placid gaze met the Oryx King's own, there not seeming to be the slightest hint of a fluctuation within their depths. The Oryx King fell into silence. This was hard to reply to because it was simply the truth. The details were broadly correct, and there weren't any embellishments. Even so, and how did your actions end? What success did you have exactly? King Alexander crossed the barrier to the fifth dimension only recently when the final began, Lionel said indifferently. It took me only 2 years to reach the point of meeting them at the final gates of their kingdom. Had you not been a coward and joined beneath my banner, it would have taken me 3 months at most. By then, I could have personally defeated him without such unwanted variables. So your reply to me is that a stranger didn't help you enough, so it's thus the stranger's fault? Hearing these words, Lionel's placid expression vanished into a smile. "I think you framed it incorrectly. My reply to you is that it took someone with no stakes in your kingdom to make you finally make a choice that wasn't cowardly and passive. And yet, even so, you haven't learned your lesson. You continue to bide your time, continue to be passive, continue to want to sit on the sidelines in hopes that no one will cause you and your people trouble. It's no wonder that your son doesn't want to follow in your steps to become a king. In his eyes, this is all a king can do." Lionel, Elther wanted to interrupt, but he seemed to be shielded outside of the clashing auras of his father and Lionel. "I can tell you this very clearly, though," Lionel continued, his aura growing. "I won't let you sit on the sideline. I will not allow such a variable to exist within the barriers of my empire. The Oryx only have one of 2 choices. The first is to follow me as you should have from the very beginning, and the second is to be eradicated." Lionel's gaze turned cold. "I have invested a lot into the Oryx, too much. More than you know. I won't allow your cowardice to dictate the actions of your race any longer." King Oryx's expression went entirely dark. He hadn't expected things to take this turn at all. Just what had gotten into this, Lionel? Chapter 1811. Published at 27th of April, 2023, 9:04 and 57 seconds a.m. Chapter 1811. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1811 Unborn. This was exactly what the Oryx King feared. He didn't want for the Oryx to suddenly be forced into a situation where they had no choice but to become the warriors of others. As for Lionel's comments about his cowardice, if such comments could faze him, he would have long since changed his approach to ruling. People who could call themselves kings wouldn't easily change their mind about such things. As for Lionel, his mind had been made up. He had been too nice for far too long. Even disregarding what he had done for the Oryx Kingdom, back when Valiant Heart Mountain was being attacked, it was he who gave him a path to survive. Afterward, he invested a large amount in their development through Elther to ensure that they would take full advantage of their hyper-evolution stage. Those resources were nothing to Lionel now. But to the him of back then, they had practically been everything. And without said resources, how would the Oryx have been able to thrive in the way they had now? None of this even mentioned the fact he had quite literally brought their two most important pillars back to life, or the fact that the only reason they could live such comfortable lives as a member of another race so deep within human domain territory was precisely because of his name and organizations he had helped birth backing them. Even if King Oryx said he wanted to pay back those things in kind, could he even do so? For one, an investment was worth not only the price itself, but also what it was worth to the person receiving it. Let's say that the Oryx King wanted to return the resources Lionel spent on them back then. That process would be akin to giving back a loan without any sort of interest. And to make matters worse, even if the Oryx King did pay this interest, it still wouldn't be enough. Usually, when a person takes a loan, a small interest is applied because the person giving the loan is well off to begin with and most of the risk is on the person receiving the loan. However, in this case, the risk Lionel had taken was just as great. He wasn't some rich tycoon handing over a small percentage of his wealth. He had been akin to a pauper giving up the last few dollars he had on him. The Oryx King repaying him would be akin to two dear friends having an agreement, one of whom would invest the last bits of money they had while the latter used it to make it big. Then years later, the friend who had succeeded would turn around as a millionaire, maybe even a billionaire, and return his friend exactly the amount he had originally invested, no more and no less. This alone would already be enough of a slap in the face and a lesson in picking better friends. But the matter was only made worse by the fact that even if the Oryx King was thick-faced enough to do such a thing, he had no way of returning the value of his life and his son's life. That was the shocking truth, even if he wanted to return the bare minimum. He couldn't. Lionel knew this quite well, and it was precisely why he had run out of patience. If this so-called Oryx King couldn't make a decision, even after almost 3 decades, then Lionel would force him to make one. Lionel didn't wait for the Oryx King to respond, and simply turned and left. The fact he hadn't attacked, as far as he saw it, was already an act of benevolence. King Oryx's eyes narrowed, but there was nothing he could say. The ultimatum had already been laid. There really wasn't much else to be said. After Lionel's back view vanished, Elther couldn't help but sigh. "He's right, old man." Elther shook his head. "It's been well over 2 decades since you were resurrected. You should have made a choice by now. It's not as though the circumstances are conventional," King Oryx said lightly. "He wasn't even here, and that's why he's anxious. If he had been here for all 20 years, do you think he would care very much about what help we could provide? You saw how strong he was. Do you think I've been slacking for these last 20 years? The Oryx King's eyes narrowed before he shook his head. "This concerns our entire race. We have no one to rely on but ourselves. We can't allow ourselves to become cannon fodder for others. Plus, I'm getting a bad feeling from this Lionel, a bad feeling that wasn't there before. It's obvious that my patience has revealed something that I wasn't aware of before. It only makes caution all the more important." "I don't know what you're talking about, but what I do know is that Lionel had an opportunity to gain a second ability index 20 years ago. The Oryx King frowned. "A second ability index? That's impossible. It is possible if you eat the egg of an unborn child of a foreign race that spent the last several years being baptized by the vital energies of countless long-dead seventh-dimensional existences. It's even easier when you consider the fact this egg is from a being not of your race, so it wouldn't even technically count as cannibalism. And it's even more enticing when you realize it's an ability index as groundbreaking as shadow sovereignty." The Oryx King's expression flashed. "What are you trying to say?" "I'm trying to say that Lionel entered a Raypack's nest where everyone's goal was to gain this ability index. And yet he was the only one who saw those ugly bastards as people and treated that unborn child like an actual unborn child. If you were there, Father, I doubt even you would be benevolent enough to protect this unborn child as though it was no different from an unborn oryx, right? The Oryx King's heart skipped a beat. All this time, his mind was filled with the echoes of the words shadow sovereignty. He hadn't really cared about the unborn child ever since he heard it was a Rapax. Even Oryx looked more human than they did. Would he save that child? Definitely not. What idiot would give up such an overpowered ability index? Chapter 1812. Published at 27th of April, 2023, 9:04 and 57 seconds a.m. Chapter 1812. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. 1812. You. Lionel entered the tension-filled room once again, his brothers and the girls still glaring at one another. They looked over toward him almost instantly, just like before, but this time they seemed to be able to tell that his mood was the best. Bang! Suddenly, Lionel's palms slammed against the table. Something odd happened in that moment. It was as though Lionel had so perfectly controlled his strength that the table was just on the verge of being shattered to pieces, but not quite there. The result was a wild and eerie vibration that echoed across the room. "All right, that's enough pouting," Lionel said, his voice cold. Yuri's eyes narrowed when she looked toward Lionel, but what she didn't expect was for Lionel to suddenly look back toward her with an equally as cold look in his eye. "Your sister is my wife now. You're going to have to get over it. If you can't, I won't let you see our children. Not even any one of the 27 of them, that I can promise." Aina, who had wanted to say something, was suddenly stunned speechless before she blushed profusely. She couldn't even do her normal routine of asking Lionel who his wife was. She was truly silent for maybe the first time ever. Even Yuri didn't quite know how to react to this. Yuri tried to speak, not quite sure if she should be enraged or not. She had no idea how to even respond to such a thing. "Shut up, I'm talking right now." Lionel's gaze flashed with an oppressive violet light, and Yuri suddenly felt it down to the depths of her soul. Yuri was a spiritual, this much was obvious. As such, even if she had an opportunity to use a soul protection treasure, she wouldn't feel the need to. Her own personal inheritances and her own skill was more than enough. But it was also precisely due to this that she felt the full brunt of Lionel's oppression, taking her somewhat off guard before she quickly defended herself. But by then, Lionel was already speaking again. Alan, who had still been engrossed in his panel, even after Lionel started making so much noise, finally looked up. His gaze was calm as he looked toward Lionel. Lionel nudged his head toward Alina. "Stop being clueless. She likes you." Alan blinked once and looked toward Alina, who had suddenly blushed down to her chest. "And you?" Lionel looked toward Alina. "Alan is my brother. I know him well. He doesn't view relationships the way normal people do, and he's not very interested in sexual interactions, although he might be willing to do it if that's what you want. If you want to be his partner, you'll have to stimulate him in other ways. It's not exactly impossible. Most women Hove liked him have given up. ITLL depend on you whether you care enough to follow through. You should probably make that decision as soon as possible." By the time Lionel had finished his words, Alan had already gone back to his tablet, and Alina didn't quite know how to react. She put her head down and blushed harder. Wasn't Lionel a bit too crude? She hadn't even said anything to the girls yet. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, depending on how you looked at things, Lionel wasn't done yet. "And you?" Lionel looked toward Joyce. "Don't start lecturing me, or else he'll show you what my fist can do." Joyce almost growled out. Even though she said this, her face was already red. She didn't want to be exposed by Lionel like Alina had. Unfortunately for her, Lionel didn't seem to give a damn right now. "Didn't I say shut up already?" In talking, Joyce suddenly found her next words caught in her throat. It couldn't be said that she knew Lionel exceptionally well, But since when had he been this aggressive? In fact, she had always felt that Lionel was quite passive about a lot of things. He let life come to him. Only then did he react. He was very rarely proactive, and he often didn't need to be. But now he felt different. This guy, Lionel pointed toward Franco, is a bit of a dick. Franco's mouth opened, but nothing came out. In the corner, Gil slapped his thigh, half dying with Milan. The two seemingly found all of this fucking hilarious. It was too good. Joyce's eyes widened with surprise. She didn't expect Lionel to be on her side. He can't keep in his pants. He chases women for sport. He doesn't know what it means to settle down, even though he's already nearing his 40s. As far as I see it, he's practically a defective product. Franco's mouth hung lower. Lionel had never grilled any one of them like this. But why was it that he wasn't mad, and even had a smile on his face he couldn't seem to wipe away? You see that smile on his face? Lionel asked Joyce. He's a masochist through and through. The meaner you are to him, the more he likes it. If you want him, you can have him. So long as you're willing to keep your foot on his neck for the rest of his life. He needs a very, very, very short leash. Joyce covered her mouth, almost forgetting the semi-seriousness of the matter. Why did she find this so amusing? To the side, Gil was practically coughing up a lung. It was hard to tell if he was laughing or if he was going into cardiac arrest. And finally, you two? Lionel settled on Yuri and Raj. Yuri was the only one who didn't seem to find any of this amusing at all. But when Lionel spoke, her eyes couldn't help but widen. You're sitting here, glaring at one another, when you have no idea that he died almost a decade ago. You were so mad that you didn't even check on him during that time, and are only just now finding out. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.